Chapter 200. Under the electric light, Xiao Chen's hair all stood on end. Although he was not struck by the lightning, the air seemed to be filled with electricity. His skin already had a significant static reaction. Not good. Xiao Chen thought to himself, the lightning ox's intelligence is actually so high. The lightning that seemed to be randomly fired out was actually following a certain pattern, gradually gathering together. Shwa! In the sky, 9 bolts of lightning as thick as an arm quickly gathered together. They were like 5 pillars supporting the heavens as they headed for Shaoqin. Heavenly lightning shield. The speed of the lightning was too fast. Furthermore, it was gathering from all directions. Even if Xiao Chen's movement technique was exquisite, he would not be able to pass through it. Xiao Chen could only defend. Chi 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 chi. When the 9 huge lightning pillars collided with the heavenly lightning shield, they gave off a zzz sound. The heavenly lightning shield had the ability to absorb lightning. However, the strength of this lightning was too strong. It did not last for long before it shattered with a paw sound. The remaining lightning struck Xiao Chen's body. There was a pai li pa pa sound on Xiao Chen's body. The clothes on the surface of Xiao Chen's body were all torn apart. Xiao Chen's body was revealed to be filled with explosive muscles. The electricity continued to jump around on his skin. Fortunately, the heavenly lightning shield absorbed most of the electricity. The remaining might was still somewhat weakened. Xiao Chen did not receive any fatal injuries. Xiao Chen endured the pain in his body and leaped into the air. He arrived beside the lightning ox. At this moment, the lightning ox had used its trump card. It was at its weakest. After it recovered, it would take a lot more time to deal with it. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen's hands moved, changing the original sword move into a fist move. His figure flickered and the wind from his fist howled. In the blink of an eye, he had sent out more than 1,000 punches around the lightning ox. Bang! 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 Every punch contained more than 2,000 kilograms of force. When they landed on the purple body of the lightning ox, it cried out in pain. However, it could not do anything to Xiao Chen, who was moving around at high speed. Die! When the disordered dance of 1,000 years was completed, Xiao Chen landed beside the lightning bull. The Fengyan acupoint on his right palm opened, and the blue dragon inside transformed into a ball of cyan light, wrapping around Xiao Chen's entire right arm. In an instant, Xiao Chen once again felt the feeling of his right hand being filled with power like yesterday. With a bang, a series of crisp sounds rang out from within the lightning ox's body. All of its internal organs had been shattered, and its huge body was sent flying back dozens of meters. Black blood flowed out of the corner of its mouth. This lightning ox was dead. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and slowly expelled the electricity in his body. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly. The surging essence instantly squeezed or swallowed the electricity in his meridians. After a while, Xiao Chen got up and changed his clothes. Then he walked towards the rank 6 phoenix blood vine and carefully picked it. Then he placed it in his universe ring. After taking a look at the corpse of the lightning ox, Xiao Chen slowly walked over. He took out a small knife and started to dissect it. The corpse of a rank 5 spirit beast was filled with treasures. Xiao Chen did not want to waste it. This was especially so for the silver horn of the lightning ox. It should be several decades old. It had been tempered by electricity for a long time. It could be used to forge a lightning-attributed bone weapon. Its value was not lower than the phoenix blood vine. Xiao Chen took out a jade bottle and collected the blood. Then he took out the spirit core and cut off the most delicious parts of the lightning ox's body. Only then did he leave in satisfaction. Originally, he wanted to stay for a while longer and collect all the herbs in the surroundings. However, the earlier battle medicine had attracted the attention of the other spirit beasts. It was relatively easy to deal with one rank 5 spirit beasts at a time. However, if there were many of them, it would be very dangerous. Furthermore, among the auras, Xiao Chen could feel the aura of a peak rank 6 spirit beast. That was a spirit beast guarding the center of the herb field. Earlier, Xiao Chen had checked the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire herb field. There was a flowing light marigold growing there. The flowing light marigold was an extremely precious rank 7 herb. Just one flowing light leaf had the healing effects of a rank 6 medicinal pill. Furthermore, there are several rare medicinal pills in the compendium of cultivation that required this leaf as a medicinal catalyst. However, the most precious thing was the flowing light flower. The flowing light flower only bloomed once every 800 years. Just one petal was enough to increase a person's intelligence. This was what cultivators referred to as comprehension ability. After consuming it, it would increase a cultivator's comprehension ability greatly. They would be able to comprehend cultivation techniques or martial techniques much faster than ordinary people. It could allow a person with mediocre talent to immediately become talented. For example, Xiao Qin had yet to comprehend the highest realm of the clear wind chop. If he consumed this flowing light flower, he might be able to comprehend it immediately. Of course, all of this could only be wishful thinking. Beside the flowing light golden lamp, there was a peak rank 6 spirit beast guarding it all year round. In the surroundings, there were several 6th rank spiritual beasts eyeing him. With so many 6th rank spiritual beasts, before Xiao Qin could even get close to them, he would probably die. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Qin steered the silver worship away before the spirit beasts arrived. He stopped in front of a towering tree not far from the herb field. The tree was several meters wide and towered into the clouds. Its branches were luxuriant, and Xiao Qin looked extremely small standing beneath it. There were many treasures in the herb field, and Xiao Qin did not plan on leaving. He intended to use this place as his base of operations. Every once in a while, he would go to the herb field and cultivate there. Taking out the phoenix blood vine, Xiao Chen revealed a smile. This phoenix blood vine should be at least 100 years old. If he brought it to the market in the heaven viewing platform, it would be worth at least 60 inferior grade spirit stones. Taking out a sharp knife from the universe ring, Xiao Chen peeled off the phoenix blood vine. Then he cut off a small piece and placed it in his mouth. After chewing it a few times, he swallowed it. The phoenix blood vine instantly turned into a warm current that flowed into his body. The qi and blood in his body surged. Xiao Chen felt like every cell in his body was burning, filled with energy. Directly chewing natural treasures was very dangerous. Previously, when he consumed the 7-leaf flower and 7-leaf fruit, the timing was rather special. It was when his body was in dire need of energy, so he was not afraid. However, this time was different. Xiao Chen's qi and blood were already flourishing. If he directly consumed the entire phoenix blood vine, his vigorous qi and blood would immediately burn up. His body might even spontaneously combust. Xiao Chen chewed the phoenix blood vine piece by piece. When he had consumed a third of the phoenix blood vine, he felt like his body was about to explode. So he quickly stopped. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged and started to circulate his energy, completely refining this huge medicinal energy. His essence slowly flowed along the meridians in his body, catalyzing the medicinal energy of the phoenix blood vine. After half an hour, Xiao Qin finally finished refining this medicinal energy. He felt his blood boil like it was on fire, filled with energy. Xiao Chen looked around and found a huge rock about 1 meter tall that he could encircle with both hands. He walked in front of it and casually punched it. Gee! The hard rock was like mud. Xiao Chen directly punched through it before withdrawing his hand. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile. Before I consumed the phoenix blood vine, a casual punch would only have the strength of 1,500 kilograms. After I circulate my qi, it can reach 4,000 kilograms. A full-powered punch can reach 2,500 kilograms. Now, I have only consumed a small portion of the phoenix blood vine, and a casual punch can already reach 3,500 kilograms. If I were to consume the entire phoenix blood vine, it would probably increase my previous strength by 500 kilograms. While he was thinking excitedly, Xiao Chen punched with all his might. A force of 2,500 kilograms struck the huge rock. The huge rock shattered into countless stone shards, flying in all directions. Xiao Chen was stimulated by the corpse monarch that day. The physique that he had always been proud of was not worth mentioning in front of the corpse monarch. To him, it was a form of humiliation. It made him have an intense and urgent desire for the strength of his physical body. Now that he had such a good opportunity, he had to treasure it properly and continue tempering his physical body. Most cultivators would not be like Xiao Chen, stubbornly cultivating their physical body. In their opinion, cultivation realm was the most important. When one's cultivation realm was higher, one's essence would naturally be stronger. If one's physical body could reach several thousand kilograms of force, one could do the same with strong essence. However, Xiao Chen did not think this way. He had a vague understanding that the cultivation of a cultivator was inseparable from the physical body. Only by cultivating the strength of the physical body to the peak would one be able to go further in the future. Perhaps these people, like Ji Changkong, Mu Qingxue, Chu Chaoyan, Hua Yunfei, and Duamuqing, were geniuses with innate martial spirits and incomparable talent. Right now, their cultivation realm was rising very quickly. The highest was probably already a medial grade martial saint. However, in the future, they would surpass martial king, then martial monarch, or the lucky ones would enter the sage realm. Without a strong body, they would not be able to reach Emperor Wu's realm. In the following 2 days, Xiao Chen practiced the clear wind chop during the day. He comprehended the 3rd stage of the clear wind chop, only seeing the cool wind and not the saber. After practicing unceasingly, Xiao Chen's comprehension of the final stage of the clear wind chop had already reached the threshold. As long as he had a period of time, he would definitely be able to enter the next stage and enter the great perfection stage. At night, Xiao Chen would continue to consume the phoenix blood vine. After refining it, he would strengthen his qi and blood and increase his vital qi. On this particular day, Xiao Chen placed the last piece of the phoenix blood vine into his mouth and chewed it gently. When he felt a warm flow, he immediately sat down cross-legged and started refining it. Xiao Chen slowly circulated his essence. When the last strand of medicinal energy from the phoenix blood vine was completely refined, the phoenix blood vine that had been fused with Xiao Chen's body for the past 3 days suddenly surged. The qi and blood in Xiao Chen's body surged continuously. Strands of white smoke came out from the top of Xiao Chen's head. Boom! After a while, Xiao Chen felt the qi and blood in his body explode. Pa, 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 pa. All the bones in Xiao Chen's body gave off crackling sounds. All 361 acupoints in his body opened up. Beams of azure light came from the acupoints. If there was an outsider looking at Xiao Chen from afar, they would discover the image of a blue dragon coiled around Xiao Chen's body, wrapping around him. This sudden situation did not surprise Xiao Chen. On the contrary, he felt it was somewhat familiar. It was as if he had experienced this scene 10,000 years ago. Chapter 201. With a thought, Xiao Chen muttered, "Open." The Laogong acupoint below the Fengyan acupoint on Xiao Chen's right hand released an intense azure light. The blue dragon in the acupoint turned into a clear shadow and covered his entire right arm. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and punched out. An azure light left his body, and a tree 100 meters in front of him was immediately chopped in half. The azure light did not slow down at all. Xiao Chen got up and said in pleasant surprise, "The second acupoint on my right hand is open as well. So this is the way to open it. When my qi and blood reach a certain level, I can choose to open an acupoint. Is this the secret of the blue dragon martial spirit? Xiao Qin muttered to himself. It was like there was a voice in his mind telling him what to do earlier. It was like a dream. Actually, this was also the sorrow of the blue dragon martial spirit. The inheritance of the other 3 holy beasts was not broken. There was complete information to look at. If there was something that he did not understand, the elders of the clan would teach him. Only Xiao Qin did not understand anything. He had to figure everything out by himself. There were many simple principles that he could not understand even after thinking for a long time. As a result, Xiao Qin had not used the various mysteries of the blue dragon martial spirit since he started cultivating. It could be said that this was a great sorrow. He had a mountain of treasures, but he could not use them. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Qin looked at the herb field not far away. He said, no matter what, it looks like cultivating the physical body is the right path. The power of the blue dragon martial spirit requires a strong physical body to be able to bring out its full power. Xiao Qin vaguely understood why this body was unable to condense a martial spirit after more than 10 years. It was not because he was not talented enough, but because his physical body was not strong enough at that time. It could not withstand the pressure of condensing the blue dragon martial spirit. Early the next morning, Xiao Qin steered the silver warship to the herb field and found another medicinal herb that could increase qi and blood. The guardian of this herb was also a 5th-rank spirit beast. Xiao Qin was very familiar with the process. After his strength increased by 500 jin, he was able to deal with the rank 5 spirit beast even more easily. Just like last time, he quickly dealt with the spirit beast's corpse, picked the medicinal herbs, and immediately left. 3 days later, Xiao Qin had successfully refined this 100-year-old herb that could increase qi and blood. Unfortunately, his strength had only increased by 250 kilograms. Furthermore, he had not opened another acupoint. On the 4th day, Xiao Qin used the same method to obtain a 100-year-old medicinal herb. This time, after refining it, the effects were even worse than before. It only increased his strength by 150 kilograms. As the number of times he used it increased, the effects of the 100-year-old herbs became worse and worse. In the end, there was almost no effect at all. It was just a simple replenishment of his physical strength. The time that Xiao Qin took to refine the herbs also became shorter and shorter. Now he only needed half a day to safely refine a 100-year-old herb. After half a month, Xiao Qin finally managed to increase his strength by 500 kilograms with much difficulty. His full power strike now had the strength of 7,000 kilograms. Furthermore, the 3rd acupoint on his right arm, the Daling acupoint, was finally opened. Xiao Qin took a deep breath and opened the Fengyan acupoint, Laogong acupoint, and Daling acupoint on his right arm, one after the other. They gave off beams of azure light. When the 3 beams of azure light overlapped, his entire arm felt like it was about to explode. It was filled with boundless energy. Kill! Xiao Qin shouted and leaped into the air. He punched the ground in the distance. The azure light left his body, and the 3 beams of azure light merged together. The azure light formed a blue dragon in the air. The somewhat blurry blue dragon charged towards the ground ferociously. In the next moment, bang, 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 there were 3 consecutive explosions on the ground. A large pit with a diameter of 10 meters was blasted open. In an instant, dust flew everywhere. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Xiao Qin withdrew his hand and revealed a faint smile. I have only opened 3 acupoints, and I am already so strong. I wonder how strong I will be after I open all 18 acupoints on my right arm. With Xiao Qin's current cultivation, he had not reached the level where he could externalize his essence. That was a technique that only martial saints could grasp. However, Xiao Qin's azure dragon image was not essence. He did not know what it was. He could only interpret it as the dragon chi of the blue dragon sage spirit. Only dragon chi could be so strong. Unfortunately, the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to open the acupoints. The 100-year-old herbs that could increase qi and blood were no longer of any use. Xiao Chen looked at the herb field and muttered, "Looks like I have to search for herbs older than 200 years. However, herbs older than 200 years have spirit beasts guarding them. They are all at least peak rank 5 spirit beasts. It will not be easy to pick them." A peak rank 5 spirit beast was equivalent to a human superior grade martial saint. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation as a medial grade martial grandmaster, it would be difficult for him to challenge it. Riches are found in danger. On the path of cultivation, one has to fight with the heavens, the earth, and people. If one does not even have the courage to fight, then how can one continue on the long path of cultivation? A resolute look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He used his right hand to violently smack the huge tree beside him. Dong! Dong! Just as Xiao Chen was about to sit down and rest, he suddenly had a look of astonishment in his eyes. Something was wrong with this sound. Xiao Chen turned around and revealed a bewildered expression. He looked at the huge tree and sent his spiritual sense into it, trying to see through it. Hua! Just as Xiao Chen's spiritual sense touched the edge of the tree, he felt like his brain was pricked by a needle. The pain was boundless, and he quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. Dong! Dong! Xiao Chen knocked on the tree twice again. This time, when he listened carefully, the echo was even clearer. Xiao Chen said with certainty, "There is really something strange. Could it be that there is nothing inside?" Xiao Chen said suspiciously as he looked at the huge tree in front of him. It would require a few adults to encircle it. Xiao Chen took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring and grasped its hilt. Essence gathered on the saber, forming a blazing saber light as he swept it at the thick tree trunk. The 10-meter-long saber light swept across the huge tree. With a hua sound, the saber light was absorbed into the tree, vanishing without a trace. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and said, "Essence attacks are useless? In that case, let's use our fists." Bang! Xiao Chen used his full power and struck the tree trunk with 7,000 kilograms of force. However, the tree trunk did not budge at all. The force extended to the roots buried deep in the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. It was still useless. Xiao Chen tried all sorts of methods. He wanted to break open the tree trunk and check it out. In the end, it was all to no avail. The more it was like this, the more interested Xiao Chen became. This meant that there was a whole new world inside this tree. Xiao Chen leaped up gently and flew to the top of a branch. He started to check it out carefully. Since he could not attack it forcefully, he could only find the entrance. The leaves of the lush tree fluttered in the wind. It was very troublesome for Xiao Chen to search. He looked up meter by meter. Time slowly passed. When Xiao Chen arrived at the top of the tree, he finally found a tree hole that he suspected to be the entrance. The tree hole was very well hidden. It was covered by a pile of dense leaves. If not for Xiao Chen's meticulousness, he would not have been able to find it. The dark tree hole happened to be the size of a wash basin. It could fit a person. Xiao Chen broke off a branch and tossed it in. After a long time, he heard a faint sound. As long as it is not a bottomless hole, it does not matter. Seeing that the branch had already reached the bottom, Xiao Chen did not hesitate and directly entered. After entering, it was much more spacious. Xiao Chen could turn around and stretch freely. His speed of descent was very fast. Not long after, Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground. Xiao Chen took out a night illumination pearl, and the dark space was illuminated. The scene at the bottom immediately appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. This was a spacious wooden hut. It was 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. There were simple decorations in the room. They were all very ordinary things. A long painting hung on the wall in front of the hut. There was an imposing man in the painting. He had long hair and was dressed in black. His eyes were like deep water, and his face was like a knife. He stood with his hands behind his back, and there was a saber stabbed into the ground in front of him. The corner of the black-clothed man's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. The painter's skills were very high. The expression of this person was very lifelike. Shao Chen felt that this person looked familiar. When he shone the night illumination pearl on him, it was like the man was right in front of him. Under the illumination of the light, Shao Chen could clearly see the appearance of this person. After a while, Shao Chen said excitedly, "This is the Saber Emperor, the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He is also the only martial emperor of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." There was a statue of the Saber Emperor on the heaven viewing platform. Shao Chen had seen it before. However, he had only taken a quick glance and did not have a deep impression of it. Now that he looked at it carefully, he recalled. There was no consensus on who was the strongest in the history of the great Qi nation. However, the Saber Emperor, the Sword Emperor, the first Qin Emperor, the Dark Knight Emperor, the Thunder King, and the other martial emperors in the history of the great Qi nation were all recognized as the strongest. It was a pity that these great emperors were not born in the same era. They had never competed with each other before, so no one knew who was the strongest. Some people said it was the Saber Emperor because he could split a 5,000-kilometer-long river with one saber strike. Some people said it was the Misty Sword Sect Sword Emperor because he once went to the great Jin nation to challenge the Jin King. Everyone had their own opinions. However, it was undeniable that these people were experts who once stood at the peak of the great Qin nation. Even after 10,000 years, their deeds could not be forgotten. Among them, the Saber Emperor was the oldest martial emperor. Before the Tianwu dynasty was destroyed, he had already established the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, he was one of the most influential people in the Tianwu continent at that time. However, this was definitely not the former residence of the Saber Emperor. This was because it was clear that this portrait was made by a later generation. It was not a portrait of the Saber Emperor. Shao Chen collected his thoughts and looked around the room to see if there were any clues. He wanted to find out whose residence this was. There was a prayer mat in the middle of the room that attracted Shao Chen's attention. Prayer mats were very common. They were the prayer mats that regular cultivators used to meditate. Of course, there were some prayer mats that were not ordinary. They were woven from cattails that possessed spirituality. There were even some small spirit gathering formations carved on them. Cultivating on them could increase the rate at which one could absorb spiritual energy. Shao Chen had never used a prayer mat before, so he did not know much about it. The thing that attracted his attention was the pile of black ashes on the prayer mat. Chapter 202. Looking at the pile of ashes, Shao Chen had a guess in his heart. However, he was not sure. He stretched out his index finger and gently dipped it into the prayer mat. After he sniffed it, Shao Chen was finally sure of his earlier guess. This pile of ashes was caused by a cultivator entering a state of berserking qi deviation. He had spontaneously combusted and burned himself to death. This kind of thing was very common for cultivators of high cultivation. The higher one's cultivation, the higher the chance of entering a state of berserking qi deviation. The consequences would also be more severe. Although everyone knew of the danger involved, they could not stop. The further they went, the more insignificant they felt, the more they did not want to give up. Who? Shao Chen casually sent out a palm wind and swept away the ashes. A ring flickering with spiritual light appeared on the prayer mat. The words Hentian were written on the inside of the ring. Hentian, Qi Hentian. So it is him. The doubts in Shao Chen's heart cleared up. Qi Hentian was a pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He had outstanding talent. At a young age, he had already become a martial monarch. In terms of talent, he was one of the best in the entire history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Rumor had it that after he passed down the position of pavilion master, he lived in seclusion. No one knew where he went. At that time, his cultivation had already reached the peak of martial sage. So, he came here to cultivate, Xiaoqin muttered to himself. No wonder no one could find him. This place was very well hidden. He hung the portrait of the Saber Emperor on the wall. He probably wanted to use the Saber Emperor to motivate himself, hoping to reach the level of Emperor Wu. However, this had nothing to do with Xiaoqin. What he was more concerned about was the spatial ring of a martial sage. There should be a lot of treasures in it. When Xiaoqin sent his spiritual sense into the universe ring, he discovered 3 secret manuals and a spirit weapon. It was an inferior grade heaven rank saber. There was also a large pile of spirit stones behind it. When Xiaoqin looked carefully, he discovered they were all medial grade spirit stones. Even though Xiaoqin had seen a large pile of spirit stones at the headquarters of the Mines of Heaven, it was still somewhat dazzling. Most of the spirit stones in the headquarters of the mines were inferior grade spirit stones. Furthermore, they could only satisfy one's eyes. However, this ring was filled with medial grade spirit stones. Most importantly, these were all ownerless items. They were now Xiaoqin's personal wealth. Suppressing his joy, Xiaoqin took out the 3 secret manuals and the long saber. He put the long saber aside and took out the first secret manual to read. Dragon and Tiger Body Sculpting Art. Xiaoqin slowly recited it. This was an earth-ranked mid-grade body strengthening technique. It was specially used to temper the body, refine the bones, strengthen the body, and strengthen one's qi, blood, and strength. Medial grade earth-ranked martial techniques were already extremely rare. Even in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, it would be difficult to find a few. Under the situation where this heaven-ranked cultivation technique did not appear, it would be difficult to find a few. An earth-ranked cultivation technique was already the strongest. Furthermore, cultivation techniques were even rarer than martial techniques. After all, the continent did not lack martial techniques. No matter how one looked at it, this dragon and tiger body sculpting art was a treasure-grade secret manual. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art was split into 7 layers. The first layer strengthened the body, greatly increasing the qi and blood. The second layer, divine power, splitting mountains and rocks. The third layer, tiger roars deep in the forest, 100 beasts greet. The fourth layer, dragon roars throughout the world, piercing the heavens. The fifth layer, dragon tendon tiger bone, pulling mountains and rivers. When Xiaoqin saw the introduction, he rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "This is great. This dragon and tiger body sculpting art is simply tailor-made for me." Furthermore, it came from a martial sage. This means that the direction I am taking in cultivating the physical body is not wrong. Although Xiaoqin's physical body was strong, he had not been able to make good use of it. He could only use brute force to attack in battle. He would not be able to gain an advantage against enemies who used essence. If one could use brute force to shatter mountains and rocks, others could do the same with essence. There was not much of a difference. However, with this dragon and tiger body sculpting art, the situation was different. His brute force would undergo a qualitative change. He would be able to use the advantages of his physical body more skillfully. In battle, he would be able to achieve an unexpected result, giving his opponent a lightning-quick strike. The most important thing was that Xiaoqin had obtained this dragon and tiger body sculpting art from a peak martial sage. Furthermore, it was one of the 3 secret manuals that he had brought with him when he was cultivating. This showed that this senior had comprehended the importance of the physical body in the final moments of his life. If he wanted to break through to martial emperor, he had to raise both the quality of his physical body and his cultivation. This proved that Xiaoqin's idea of cultivating the physical body was correct. The physical body and cultivation were both indispensable. Otherwise, he would only be able to advance to martial sage. Xiao Qin put away the dragon and tiger body sculpting art and took out the second secret manual to read. This was a fist technique called the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Based on the name, it should be a set with the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. There was a total of 4 moves. First move, fierce tiger leaving the mountains. Second move, crouching tiger hidden dragon. Third move, hissing dragon tiger roar. Fourth move, leaping tiger soaring tiger. Note, this fist technique can only be practiced after the dragon and tiger body sculpting art is cultivated to the 3rd layer. Indeed, this was a set of martial techniques for the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Xiao Qin smiled and closed his hands. Then he flipped open the 3rd secret manual. The 3rd secret manual was rather strange. It was a sword technique called the Heart-Nourishing Universe Sword. It was also an Earth-ranked martial technique. Xiao Qin only took a quick glance at the sword technique and ignored it. He had not thought of cultivating a sword technique yet. After looking at the 3 secret manuals, Xiao Qin said suspiciously, "Strange, as the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master, why are the last 3 martial techniques he left behind not related to saber techniques?" Furthermore, the strangest thing was that Qi Hentian had started to cultivate his sword techniques. After thinking about it, Xiao Qin felt that there was only one possibility. Qi Hentian was a genius in saber techniques. He had spent his entire life researching saber techniques. His research on saber techniques had already reached the peak. However, he was still unable to break through to martial sage. Perhaps, in the end, he felt that although he was talented, his comprehension of saber techniques could not improve further. He could only rely on other methods to make a breakthrough. Cultivating a sword technique was one of his attempts. When Xiao Qin thought about it, he felt it was funny. Everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion scoffed at sword techniques. If a person with a sword wanted to enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with a weaker cultivation, they would be killed before they could even enter Saber City. Since ancient times, the sword and the saber could not coexist. If they knew that there was once a genius pavilion master who focused on researching sword techniques, what expression would they have? Xiao Qin suddenly thought, since he is learning the sword, he must have a sword. The sword that Qi Hentian used should not be ordinary. Since it is not in the universe ring, it must be somewhere else in this wooden hut. Xiao Qin started to look around. After searching for a long time, he could not find anything. Just as Xiao Qin was about to give up, he unexpectedly saw a sharpened tree branch. Holding the tree branch in his hand, Xiao Qin could not help but laugh hoarsely. Of course, Qi Hentian's sword techniques had not reached the level where everything could be used as a sword. In the end, he still had some prejudice against sword techniques. The pride in his heart looked down on sword techniques. In the end, the tool that he used to learn sword techniques was just a sharpened tree branch. There was nothing special about the tree branch. Xiao Qin casually tossed it aside and picked up the treasured saber. There were 2 flying dragons carved on the simple and unadorned scabbard. The saber hilt was long and had the words "Roaming Dragon" carved on it. The handguard was like a dragon pearl with 2 flying dragons, spitting it out. Grasping the saber hilt tightly, Xiao Qin drew the roaming dragon saber with a schwa sound. The saber was 7 feet and 2 inches long. The streamlined blade flickered with a cold light. The instant the roaming dragon saber left its scabbard, it immediately connected with the qi whirlpool in Xiao Qin's dantian. It was like an endless meridian, sending Xiao Qin's essence into the saber in an endless stream. Schwa! A strand of saber qi automatically came out of the saber and chopped the painting of the Saber Emperor on the wall in half. The ability to automatically release saber qi was a very important ability of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It allowed cultivators who had not advanced to Martial Saint to release saber qi. If they advanced to Martial Saint, the saber qi would be even more solid. However, this essence exhausted a lot of it. Xiao Chun had not held it for long. At this moment, he felt a small portion of his essence depleted. He quickly sheathed the roaming dragon saber. Xiao Chun thought about his lunar shadow saber. It was originally a peak heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It was not without reason that Ao Jiao sealed it. Given Xiao Chen's cultivation at that time, he would not have been able to even swing his saber once. The harvest in the tree hole was not small. After Xiao Chen searched carefully again, he discovered that there was really nothing left. Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, his gaze suddenly fell on the round prayer mat. A prayer mat used by a bona fide peak martial sage to cultivate and meditate should not be something that those roadside stalls can compare to. I'll give it a try first. Otherwise, it would be too unfortunate if I miss out on this treasure, Xiao Chen said as he walked towards the prayer mat. Just as Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged, a horrifying force came from the bottom of the prayer mat and rebounded at him. The overwhelming force knocked Xiao Chen heavily into the wooden wall. Bang! Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Before the force from the collision subsided, his body bounced a few times. Every time he bounced, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Chi, 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 chi. Xiao Chen vomited a total of 9 mouthfuls of blood before he slowly stopped. When he saw the incredibly ordinary prayer mat on the ground, he revealed a horrified expression. Xiao Chen swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and executed the gravity spell. He immediately flew out and jumped off the tree. When he landed on the ground and rested for a long time, Xiao Chen's heart was still thumping heavily. The earlier experience was simply too horrifying. Although it was only for a short moment, Xiao Chen still felt a lingering fear. The instant Xiao Chen sat on the prayer mat, he felt like he could feel the pulse of the entire Lingyun mountain range. He saw a red ball of light jumping continuously under the ground like a human heart. Spirit veins origin. These were the words that appeared in Xiao Chen's mind at that time. That prayer mat was indeed not simple. There were Tao markings carved on it, which attracted the horrifying energy of the spirit veins origin. However, this was not something that Xiao Chen could use. With his current cultivation, he was not qualified to use the prayer mat before the energy of heaven and earth. Only a sage could use a prayer mat to cultivate and not be knocked back by that huge energy. After a night of silence, Xiao Chen slowly recovered from his internal injuries. His excellent physique allowed him to recover much faster than ordinary people. By the time the sun rose, most of his injuries were already healed. Xiao Chen took out the dragon and tiger body sculpting art and read it carefully. His original plan of searching for 200-year-old herbs had to be put aside for now. Chapter 203. The first and second layers of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art were the foundations. They strengthened the body, increased qi and blood, formed divine energy, and split mountains. Xiao Chen had already reached these levels long ago. Now that he was cultivating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art, there were no obstacles. In just half a day, he had already cultivated it to the second layer. Now he started on the third layer. Tiger roars deep in the forest, 100 beasts wave. Cultivation techniques were different from martial techniques. They did not require a high comprehension ability. One just had to follow the instructions. A person with a good physique, or as the saying goes, a good aptitude would cultivate very quickly. A person with a bad aptitude would cultivate very slowly. 7 days later, Xiao Chen finally cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the third layer. This was mainly due to his good physical foundation. If a normal person cultivated it, no matter how good their aptitude was, they would have to cultivate for at least a month. After cultivating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the third layer, all Xiao Chen had to do now was circulate the cultivation technique. All the bones in his body would crackle, and the muscles in his limbs would be filled with explosive energy. When Xiao Chen punched out, aside from the wind from the punch, there was actually the roar of a tiger. The roar sounded continuously, and its aura was very imposing. It was truly the tiger roars deep in the forest. 100 beasts wave. None dared to contend with it. The most direct benefit of cultivating to the third layer was that the strength of the body increased by another 500 kilograms. A full-powered strike could reach the horrifying realm of 4,000 kilograms. On his right hand, after the Phoenix Eye, Laogong, and Daling acupoints, the fourth acupoint, the Naguan acupoint, instantly opened. Following that, Xiao Qin spent a day consolidating the foundations of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. After that, he started to cultivate the inferior grade earth, ranked fist technique, Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Martial techniques were different from cultivation techniques. They required a person's comprehension ability. Only by thinking and thinking could one comprehend the true essence of a martial technique and bring out its full might. The first move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist was Ferocious Tiger Leaving the Mountains. Xiao Qin had never seen a true ferocious tiger before. He could not understand the aura and movements of the ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. Hence, he felt that it was not smooth when he practiced it. Xiao Qin thought about it. When he first came to this underground world, Xiao Qin vaguely saw the rank 5 spirit beast, Raging Flame Tiger, in the depths of the forest. Xiao Qin used the gravity spell to fly into the sky and began to search around. A loud whistling sound came from the sky. After rushing over, Xiao Qin discovered to his surprise that it was a Raging Flame Tiger hunting for food. A day passed, and Xiao Qin did not do anything. He only observed the Raging Flame Tiger's every move from afar. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Qin had stayed in this dense forest for an entire 7 days. Just like the first day, Xiao Qin didn't do anything but observe the Raging Flame Tiger's diet and every move. He was like a crazed demon, as though he had become a Raging Flame Tiger. What Great Dragon Tiger Fist? What ferocious tiger descends the mountains? They were all forgotten. On this afternoon, Xiao Qin, who had been crazed for a week, suddenly let out a long roar and leaped down from a large tree. He was like a huge tiger pouncing over, startling all the beasts and causing flocks of birds to soar up from the forest. Xiao Qin punched through the air. Before his fist landed on the ground, the fierce wind from his fist had already blown away all the leaves on the ground. Leaves filled the sky, and Xiao Qin's figure finally landed. In the next moment, there was a loud boom, and a huge pit with a diameter of 20 meters appeared on the ground. Countless pieces of soil flew up, covering the sky like hail. Who? Just at this moment, a strong wind blew, and the rocks in the sky turned into dust with a gentle blow. It turned out that Xiao Qin's punch was already close to the minute subtlety realm. The soil had already been destroyed from the inside. After being crazed for a week, he instantly comprehended the first move of this inferior grade earth, ranked fist technique. Ferocious Tiger Descends the Mountains. Xiao Qin had finally practiced it to great perfection. Xiao Qin withdrew his fist and stood upright. His essence trembled slightly, shaking off the dust on his body. He revealed a joyful smile. The might of an inferior grade earth, ranked martial technique, was indeed extraordinary. After practicing this move, Xiao Qin would have another true killing move in close combat, aside from sidestepping attacks. He would be able to bring out the advantage of his physical body. Underground world, natural herb field. Xiao Qin hid himself in a dense bush and withdrew his aura. He stared at a bloodthirsty demonic ape 500 meters in front of him. The bloodthirsty demonic ape was a peak rank 5 spirit beast, equivalent to a peak martial saint. As a primate spirit beast, the bloodthirsty demonic ape's intelligence was much higher than most spirit beasts. With its horrifying strength and intelligence, the bloodthirsty demonic ape was hard to deal with. There was a blood Lingji close to 300 years old behind it. It was a great tonic. A 300-year-old blood Lingji was sufficient for Xiao Chen to refine for a period of time. It should be able to increase his vital qi by 250 kilograms. It was hard for Xiao Chen to not be tempted. The second move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist, Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon, was a defensive martial technique. He could not comprehend it in a short time. Xiao Chen put it aside for now and returned to his original plan of searching for spirit herbs that could increase qi and blood over 200 years old. A 300-year-old bloodlingji was his first target. The bloodthirsty demonic ape, which was 5 meters tall, cautiously circled around the bloodlingji. Its scarlet eyes were filled with a baleful aura as it stared at its surroundings. Under its strong aura, the rank 5 spirit beasts that wanted to take the bloodlingji all avoided it. Xiao Chen had already stayed here for 2 days. He had personally seen a peak rank 4 silver winged wolf torn in half by the bloodthirsty demonic ape's bare hands. The bloody scene was extremely cruel. After observing a few battles over the past 2 days, Xiao Chen had a rough understanding of the bloodthirsty demonic ape strength. The bloodthirsty demonic ape's main attacks were its agility and the strength of its arms, which were close to 5,000 kilograms of force. Furthermore, its red fur was as hard as iron. Regular sabers would find it hard to break it. Xiao Chen calculated in his heart. If he only relied on the strength of his physical body, he would only have a 50% chance of victory. However, if he used various movement techniques and martial techniques, as well as the purple thunder true fire, his chances would increase by 70%. Xiao Chen picked up a small clump of soil from the shrubs. With a thought, he executed the life bestowal spell. The loose soil gave off a spiritual light. After a while, it turned into a small bird flapping its wings as it flew out. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation realm, he could use the life bestowal spell to turn any object into a small animal. However, a true combat weapon still required an object with spiritual energy as a medium. The small bird circled around in the air and flew towards the bloodlingji behind the bloodthirsty demonic ape. After it flew over the bloodthirsty demonic ape, it dived towards the bloodlingji on the ground. The bloodthirsty demonic ape's face, which was very similar to a human's, opened its mouth and revealed a horrifying smile. It leaped up gently and turned into a scarlet light, grabbing at the small bird. Pa! The bloodthirsty demonic ape smacked the air with its palm. With a huge force, a faint ripple appeared in the air. However, the small bird seemed to have predicted this. It had already flown 5 meters into the air, dodging this palm strike. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. After 2 days of observation, he was very familiar with the height of the bloodthirsty demonic ape's leap, the height of its forceful leap, and the height of its full-force leap. The small bird dodged continuously, thoroughly enraging the bloodthirsty demonic ape. It chased it all the way to the shrubs where Xiao Chen was hiding. Pa! Pa! The bloodthirsty demonic ape leaped with all its might, instantly rising 50 meters. Its speed reached its peak. There was only a flash of red light. The small bird could not dodge in time and was smashed into a pile of mush. Pu ci! Just as the bloodthirsty demonic ape was satisfied and was about to land, Xiao Chen leaped out from the bushes. He roared like a tiger and pounced towards the bloodthirsty demonic moon. It was as though a tiger had appeared on his body. The timing of this punch was perfect. It happened to be the instant after the bloodthirsty demonic ape leaped with all its might and landed in midair. The bloodthirsty demonic ape had no way to push off in midair, so it could not dodge Xiao Chen's sudden punch. Bang! The bloodthirsty demonic ape's huge body was sent flying by this punch. The bloodthirsty demonic ape reacted very quickly. It somersaulted in midair and landed on all fours. After sliding back a few meters, it stabilized itself. ZZ! The bloodthirsty demonic ape's 4 limbs dug into the ground, creating deep marks and kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiao Qin did not think at all. He did not care whether the bloodthirsty demonic ape was injured or not, or how injured it was. The instant he punched, he chased after the bloodthirsty demonic ape. Shwa! The instant the bloodthirsty demonic ape landed on the ground, a human figure had already pierced through the cloud of dust. There was a whistling sound, and the dust was blown away. Fists flashed as they punched at the bloodthirsty demonic ape. Bang! 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 The bloodthirsty demonic ape, which had already stabilized itself, moved its arms. It was so fast that it could not be seen. It blocked all the fists that Xiao Qin threw at it. One man and one beast carried out the most primitive battle in the empty space. There were no fancy martial techniques, only the flashing of fists. There were loud bangs and surging shock waves. The two figures flickered continuously in the surroundings. They were so fast that only their shadows could be seen. Woo! The bloodthirsty demonic ape roared ferociously. The huge red hand on its right arm released a scarlet light. In an instant, its speed and strength doubled. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. Xiao Qin roared loudly and circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art in his body. All the bones in his body crackled, and his strength increased by 20%, reaching 5,000 kilograms of force. The qi and blood in his body surged and burned. Xiao Qin turned into a ferocious tiger and clashed with the huge red hand of the bloodthirsty demonic ape without any fear. In the next moment, the fists clashed and gave off a loud sound. Both sides had a force of close to 10,000 kilograms. They exploded in the air. The sound of the explosion was like a sudden clap of thunder. The entire natural herb field trembled. If someone saw Xiao Qin competing with a spirit beast in terms of strength, they would definitely laugh at him for overestimating himself. Everyone knew that the physique of beasts was stronger than that of humans, be it in terms of recovery or strength. Different races naturally had different advantages. When dealing with these spirit beasts, which were known for their strength, most cultivators would use techniques to obtain victory. No one would be foolish enough to compete in strength. So. The figures of a few spirit beasts in the distance quickly rushed over. They stopped not far away and stared at Xiao Qin and the bloodthirsty demonic ape, like tigers watching their prey. These spirit beasts were not foolish. They wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When both sides were injured, they would take advantage of the situation and obtain the 300-year-old blood Lingji. After this strike, blood leaked out from the corner of Xiao Qin's mouth. He was knocked back 10 steps. With every step he took, he left a 4-meter-deep footprint on the ground. Chapter 204. The ground trembled continuously. As Xiao Qin retreated, he slowly dissipated the force of the bloodthirsty demonic ape's attack. Naturally, the bloodthirsty demonic ape did not know how to borrow force. The force of the inferior grade earth ranked martial technique. Fierce tiger leaving the mountains completely entered its body. Even though the bloodthirsty demonic ape had tough skin and flesh, it could not withstand it. Blood poured out from all the pores on its body, dyeing its red for even redder. It looks like I underestimated the might of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art and the great dragon tiger fist. Who knows? I might be able to defeat this bloodthirsty demonic ape with just the strength of my physical body, Xiao Qin thought to himself. Who? 2 figures flashed. Xiao Qin and the bloodthirsty demonic ape moved at the same time. The bloodthirsty demonic ape seemed to go berserk. It raised its speed to its limits and turned into a red blur. Its 4 limbs were covered in a red glow. As it moved up and down, it punched and kicked. Xiao Qin did not dodge. The bones in his body gave off a pi-li-pala sound. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated continuously. The qi and blood in his body burned to their limits, like a huge furnace. Bang! 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 One man and one beast clashed again. This time, the battle was several times more intense than before. Every clash contained at least 5,000 kilograms of force. Thunderous explosions rang out endlessly, causing ripples in the air. More and more spirit beasts were attracted over and surrounded the area. The battle lasted for close to 2 hours. There was still no victor. Xiao Chen was covered in sweat. He felt very carefree and excited. He could not help but roar loudly. This was a true battle. A prolonged battle was an advantage for Xiao Chen. His body had been tempered by the 7-leaf flower. He had already been reborn. Furthermore, he had recently consumed countless herbs to increase his qi and blood. Furthermore, there was the inferior grade earth, ranked body, strengthening art, and the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Xiao Chen seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. He did not show any signs of exhaustion. Instead, his aura grew stronger. On the other hand, although the demonic bloodlust ape was slightly stronger than Xiao Chen, it could not take down Xiao Chen in one move. After fighting for 2 hours, the internal injuries it had inflicted on Xiao Chen had gradually accumulated to a dangerous level. However, his stamina was clearly unable to keep up. He couldn't wait for the moment when Xiao Chen's internal injuries backfired. When they clashed head-on, he was actually pushed back by Xiao Chen. For a time, it was forced to retreat step by step. Xiao Chen's countless punches landed on its body. Die for me! With a kick, Xiao Chen sent the demonic, bloodthirsty ape flying. With a loud shout, the 4 acupoints on his right arm, Phoenix Eye, Laogong, Deling, and Naguan, suddenly released 4 balls of green light, enveloping his entire arm. With a dragon's roar, the green light transformed into a blurry blue dragon and gushed out from Xiao Chen's right arm. Before the bloodthirsty devil ape could get up, a blue dragon flashed and crashed into its body. Bang! 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 For explosions rang out. The bloodthirsty devil ape's 5-meter-tall body was blasted into smithereens. Blood rained down from the sky. With a suction force, Xiao Chen grabbed the bloodthirsty devil ape's spirit core. Who? The instant the bloodthirsty devil ape died, the surrounding spirit beasts immediately charged at Xiao Chen. More than 100 spirit beasts pounced at Xiao Chen. A bunch of beasts. You want to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight? How reckless! Xiao Chen smiled coldly and drew the heaven-ranked roaming dragon saber. Shwa! A sharp saber chi flashed, and a rank 4 spirit beast in the air was directly chopped in half. These spirit beasts were mostly rank 4, and a few of them were early stage, rank 5. There were about 100 of them. After all, these high-ranked spirit beasts had their own spirit herbs. If they left now, the spirit herbs they were waiting for might be stolen by other spirit beasts. Furthermore, the truly strong spirit beasts would not be too interested in this blood Lingji. All this while Xiao Chen had been using the strength of his physical body. He had not exhausted much of the essence in the qi whirlpool in his body. Hence, although he had noticed the surrounding spirit beasts, he did not pay them much attention. Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, and his figure turned into a roaming dragon. He soared up and down, leaving behind many dragon images. These spirit beasts could not even touch his clothes. Occasionally, the saber chi on the roaming dragon saber would be sent out, allowing Xiao Chen to kill these spirit beasts from a distance. Light flickered as the saber chi moved about. Occasionally, a spirit beast would be chopped in half. This was the might of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Wherever the light passed, no one dared to fight it. This allowed Xiao Chen to test out the saber chi that only a martial saint could execute. The saber chi of some early-stage, inferior-grade martial saints were not as dense as Xiao Chen's saber chi. However, this essence exhausted a lot. Xiao Chen only felt better after consuming a chi-returning pill. Dang! Dang! A spirit beast with pitch-black skin that was as hard as steel actually managed to block a few saber chi. It roared as it charged at Shao Qin. Shao Chun smiled faintly and executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. He quickly turned into 9 figures in the air. His saber light was withdrawn as he sent out 9 clear wind chops. Instantly a cool breeze blew. Shao Chen's black hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look very elegant. When the 2 figures merged together, Shao Chen's eyes lit up. The body of the spirit beast that had skin as hard as steel split into 9 pieces. A large amount of blood spurted out. Shao Chen sent out a saber chi and easily chopped another rank for spirit beast, pouncing at him in half. The essence on Shao Chen's body trembled. Not a single drop of blood landed on Shao Chen's clothes. Spirit beasts were afraid of death as well. After Shao Chen killed most of them, like he was chopping vegetables, the remaining immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The corner of Shao Chen's lips curled up into a cold smile. He did not care about these scattered spirit beasts. He looked at the center of the herb field, where the flowing light lamp was. On the other side, he felt a sharp gaze that was filled with killing intent looking at him. It was the peak of the 6th rank spirit beast that was guarding the flowing light golden lamp. Shao Chen's spiritual sense shot out like an arrow. He instantly saw the peak rank 6 spirit beast. It was a horrifying, venomous snake. It had a body as big as a small car. When the snake coiled up, it looked like a small mountain. A cold light flashed in its eyes. It opened its huge mouth, and its red, forked tongue flicked in and out continuously. Behind it was a small tree about half a meter tall that gave off a flowing light. The leaves on the tree gave off a bright golden light. When the wind blew, the light overflowed. It was very dazzling. This should be the flowing light lamp. The flowing light flower would bloom only after 500 years. After another 500 years, it would bear the flowing light lamp fruit. It was a natural treasure, close to immortal grade. Shao Qin recognized this venomous snake. It was a rank 6 spirit beast, the scarlet-crowned snake. Based on its huge body, it had probably lived for hundreds of years. The killing chi in its eyes slowly disappeared. Shao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like the scarlet-crowned snake would not leave the flowing light lamp so easily. The scarlet-crowned snake's gaze seemed to be a deterrent. It saw that Shao Qin frequently entered this herb field and killed spirit beasts to obtain herbs. It was warning him not to have any ideas about the flowing light lamp. Shao Qin could understand why the scarlet-crowned snake was so nervous. Compared to humans, spirit beasts had a natural advantage in terms of physique. However, they were lacking in intelligence. No matter how crafty a spirit beast was, it could not compare to humans. Thus, the importance of the flowing light flower went without saying. If it had the intelligence of a human, this scarlet-crowned snake might be able to become a spirit. Comprehension ability was naturally attractive to Shao Qin. However, it was not worth risking his life for it. Shao Qin did not have much interest in this flowing light lamp. Withdrawing his gaze, Shao Qin took out the spirit core of the spirit beast on the ground. After that, he unhurriedly picked up the 300-year-old blood Lingji. After doing all this, Shao Qin immediately piloted the silver warship and left the herb field. He flew towards the towering tree. Shao Chun was not in a rush to consume the blood Lingji. After he landed, he immediately circulated his energy to treat his injuries. The head-on clash with the bloodthirsty demonic ape had accumulated a lot of internal injuries in his body. If he did not deal with them in time, it would leave behind hidden injuries in the future, harming him for life. Pu Ci. After an hour, Shao Qin vomited a large mouthful of blood. The hidden injuries in his body had completely healed, eliminating any future problems. After a day of silence, Shao Qin did not do anything but recover his body. This was how battles of the physical body were. Injuring the enemy 1,000 times, injuring oneself 800 times. When 5,000 kilograms of force was used, at least 10% of it would be transmitted to the body. This was a common problem for cultivators of the physical body. In the past, Xiao Chun was not clear on this. It was only because he saw it in the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Unless his physical body reached the level of sage, this flaw was unavoidable. Now that he knew, he could not be careless. Of course, he could not leave behind any hidden injuries. Only on the second day did Xiao Qin start to consume the blood Lingji. The blood Lingji was close to 300 years old. Xiao Chun used an entire day to completely refine it. This made him slightly disappointed. This blood Lingji, which he had high hopes for, only increased his strength by 200 kilograms. It looked like the further he went, the more difficult it would be to increase his strength by relying on external forces. Adding the 200 kilograms of force, Xiao Chen's full power strike could reach a force of 5,500 kilograms. After he circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art, his strength could increase by another 20%. In the following half a month, Xiao Chun searched for spirit herbs that were more than 100 years old to temper his physical body. His strength slowly increased. The third layer of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art had also completely stabilized. He slowly advanced to the fourth layer, dragon roar throughout the world, piercing the heavens. With the tempering of the 300-year-old spirit herbs, Xiao Chen's full power strike reached 5,000 kilograms of force with much difficulty. Another 2 acupoints on his right arm opened up. There was a total of 18 acupoints on his right arm. A third of them were opened. The blurry blue dragon that Xiao Chen sent out also slowly became plump. He could clearly see the scales on the dragon's body. It seemed to have a trace of life. On this particular day, Xiao Chun strolled around the herb field, searching for spirit herbs that were more than 300 years old to increase qi and blood. He had come here too many times. He had already collected all the herbs that were used to increase qi and blood. Now, it was getting more and more difficult to find them. His spiritual sense was useless in this place. There were too many herbs, and it was not easy to use his spiritual sense to sort them. He could only walk and search with his eyes. Boom! Just at this moment, the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuated wildly. All of it rushed towards the center of the herb field. In that instant, the spiritual energy was so dense that it was like flowing water. Xiao Qin turned his head to take a look. The flowing light marigold gave off a boundless golden light. It was resplendent and dazzling. The spiritual energy turned into a rainbow, covering the entire space. Chapter 205. A multicolored light descended from the sky, wrapping around the flowing light marigold. Multicolored light floated down from the sky like snowflakes. This was an auspicious sign. The pure spiritual energy in the surroundings contained even more essence than an inferior grade spirit stone. The flowing light marigold actually blossomed, an auspicious sign from the heavens. This is actually an immortal grade spirit herb, Xiao Qin said as he looked at the multicolored light in the sky. I cannot waste this auspicious sign. I have to collect it. A large flock of birds flew over and swallowed the auspicious signs. In an instant, the sky was covered with the figures of flying spirit beasts. Xiao Chen summoned out the silver worship and leaped onto it, joining the fighting army. Xiao Chen took out a jade bottle and faced the multicolored light falling from the sky. He gently waved his hand and drew it into the jade bottle. Rumble! Suddenly, loud sounds came from the ground. Xiao Chun looked down and discovered that the scarlet-crowned snake was being surrounded. 8 rank 6 spirit beasts were fighting the scarlet-crowned snake intensely. A rank 6 spirit beast was equivalent to a martial king. When 9 rank 6 spirit beasts fought, the scene was extremely chaotic. The loud sounds came one after another. Many hundred-year-old herbs were destroyed in large amounts. Even though it was 1 against 8, the scarlet-crowned snake was not at a disadvantage. It was evenly matched. When its mountain-like body moved, the entire ground trembled. These 9 spirit beasts also knew that their area of battle was too wide. They had a tacit understanding and avoided the flowing light marigold, fighting from a distance. On the flowing light marigold, a golden flower bud slowly blossomed. It gave off a bright light, and the dense spiritual energy was like a mist, making everything hazy. Shao Qin looked at the 9 spirit beasts fighting in the distance. Then he looked at the flowing light marigold blossoming on the flowing light marigold. His heart skipped a beat. It seems like this is an opportunity. If I am fast enough, I can descend from the sky and pluck the flowing light marigold before they can react. After that, I will quickly leave this place. After all, this herb field was becoming less attractive to me. It would not be a pity to leave. Hu Qi. Just as Shao Qin was thinking about this topic, a black that was approaching from the horizon. It was flying towards him like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was as fast as a ribbon, leaving a long ray of light in the sky. It was a large blue bird with a wingspan of 10 meters. It tore through the air, bringing with it a violent airflow as it flew towards the flowing light marquee. What he was doing was exactly what Shao Qin was thinking. Shao Qin cursed in his heart. He was thinking too much. He should have just rushed forward. The big blue bird had already seized the initiative, and its speed was even faster than Shao Qin's. Even if he attacked with all his might, he wouldn't be able to catch up. He could only watch as the flowing light flower was snatched away by the strange bird. Bang! Just as the giant blue bird opened its mouth and was about to take away the flowing light flower, a gust of wind blew. The scarlet-crowned snake swept its tail across the sky and sent the big blue bird flying. Swish, swish, swish! The other 8 spirit beasts stopped attacking the scarlet-crowned snake, and each of them attacked the blue bird. The blue bird that was struggling to escape in the air immediately fell to the ground. Pa! The scarlet-crowned snake's tail smacked down heavily, and the huge blue bird immediately turned into a bloody mess, turning into a pile of meat paste. Shao Qin was startled. When he saw the bloody corpse of the huge blue bird, he felt a chill run down his spine. These spirit beasts were not stupid. They knew that there would be other spirit beasts taking advantage of their fight to snatch away the flowing light flower. If other spirit beasts came to snatch the flowing light flower, they would stop fighting and attack together. The combined attack of 9 rank 6 spirit beasts was unstoppable in this underground world. Shao Qin's back broke out in a cold sweat. If it were not for this anxious bird, he would be the one lying on the ground. Recollecting his thoughts, Shao Qin focused all his attention on the 5-colored auspicious signs in the sky. In the blink of an eye, most of the auspicious signs in the sky had been devoured. Shao Qin quickly piloted the silver warship and turned it into a silver bolt of lightning, collecting the 5-colored auspicious signs in all directions. However, it could not compare to the dense flock of birds. There were simply too many of them. Shao Qin only managed to collect 20 auspicious signs before the rest were all devoured. Shao Qin shook his head and closed the jade bottle. He glanced at the 9 spirit beasts fighting nonstop before leaving this place. After finding a quiet place, Shao Qin took out the jade bottle containing the auspicious signs. He revealed a faint smile on his face. Although the essence contained in the auspicious signs was not as much as a medial-grade spirit stone, it was what Shao Qin needed urgently. The essence contained in a medial-grade spirit stone was very vast. However, one could only use it after advancing to medial-grade martial saint. Otherwise, the essence would cause one's body to explode. As for the essence contained in the auspicious signs, although it was much weaker than a medial-grade spirit stone, it was very gentle. Cultivators of any cultivation realm could directly absorb it without worrying about their body exploding. Even an inferior-grade martial disciple could directly absorb this energy, which far exceeded what their body could handle. If Xiao Chen took these 20 auspicious signs to the market, they would be worth 2,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Right now, Xiao Chen lacked everything except spirit stones. Naturally, he would not use them to exchange for spirit stones. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and opened the jade bottle containing the auspicious signs. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The 5-colored auspicious signs slowly floated out and entered Xiao Chen's nostrils. Streams of gentle and majestic pure essence flowed into Xiao Chen's meridians. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun quickly, absorbing all this essence. The speed at which the qi whirlpool absorbed essence was much faster than what Xiao Chen had done in the past. Soon, a drop of clear liquid essence dripped below his dantian. Dita, the qi whirlpool spun quickly. Drops of pure essence dripped continuously, transforming the spiritual energy in the 5-colored auspicious signs into his own energy. The essence contained in the 20 auspicious signs was equivalent to 5 medial-grade spirit stones. After Xiao Chen absorbed all of them, his energy reached a horrifying level. Furthermore, the most important thing was that there was no danger. This surging energy was extremely gentle. It was like a spring breeze as it infused into Xiao Chen's body. After 2 hours, Xiao Chen finally absorbed all of this energy. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. There was a purple glow in his eyes. It was as sharp as a solid object. When Xiao Chen got up and felt the surging energy in his body, he said, ruefully, "I am finally a superior-grade martial grandmaster. My cultivation realm is still a little low, but my energy is sufficient. If one wanted to advance to martial saint, aside from energy, one needed some comprehension." Their understanding of essence had to reach a corresponding level before they could use essence to injure others. After absorbing 20 auspicious signs, Xiao Chen's current strength was comparable to that of a regular inferior-grade martial saint. He was only a step away from advancing to martial saint. Kassier. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber, and a blazing saber light appeared. With a thought, Xiao Chen infused his essence into the saber in an endless stream. The saber light suddenly doubled in size, reaching 10 meters. Xiao Chen shook his head and casually waved his hand, scattering the essence on the saber. He said indifferently, "It is condensed, but not solid. It is too gorgeous. There's no way to send out saber chi like this." Martial saint was the first hurdle of a cultivator. In this Tianwu continent, one could not be considered a true expert without becoming a martial saint. Some people would never be able to overcome this hurdle, spending their entire lives in mediocrity. The earlier one advanced to martial saint, the greater the potential one had. Otherwise, it would be the opposite. Xiao Chen was almost 17 years old. To be able to advance to peak martial saint at this age, his talent would be considered at the peak of the great Qi nation. Of course, he had to exclude those proud sons of heaven with inherited martial spirits. However, in the context of the entire continent, this kind of talent was nothing much. I might not be a genius, but I have never slacked off. The so-called geniuses are just slightly better than me. Sooner or later, I will surpass those people, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Rumble. In the herb field in the distance, the battle of the 9 spirit beasts had not ended yet. Loud explosions resounded continuously. Even though Xiao Chen was standing far away, he could feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. Xiao Chen took a look and said, "It is time to leave this place. I have already collected all the spirit herbs that increase qi and blood in the herb field. If I do not return soon, Elder Sister Riue and the others will be worried." Bang! Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, there were 2 explosions that were even louder than before. The ground trembled continuously. Even Xiao Chen's body was shaking left and right. What a horrifying force! Has the victor been decided? Xiao Chen was horrified. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense shot out like an arrow. In the next moment, the situation there was clearly imprinted in Xiao Chen's mind. A poisonous fog spread out. The black poisonous qi was like black threads lingering around. The surrounding spirit herbs no longer had any signs of life under the black qi. Large patches of poisonous qi covered the herb field. Several hundred-year-old herbs were all destroyed. Xiao Chen thought to himself, what a pity. Any one of these herbs would be worth tens of thousands of gold coins in the outside world. As Xiao Chen's spiritual sense moved through the fog, he saw the corpse of a rank 6 spirit beast. Its entire body was black, and its head was separated from its body. As Xiao Chen continued to look, he saw the corpses of another 7 rank 6 spirit beasts. They all died in different ways, but their bodies were all black. They looked very scary. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this is a poison that even rank 6 spirit beasts cannot withstand. If I were to come in contact with this poisonous qi, I would probably die immediately. Pooh, pooh. The poisonous qi slowly scattered. The scarlet-crowned snake, which was the size of a small mountain, slowly slithered towards the flowing light marigold tree. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he discovered that this scarlet-crowned snake was not completely unscathed. Its huge body was covered in wounds of varying depths. It was dripping with blood. Every time it took a step, blood spurted out and splashed on the ground. It was clear that although it defeated the other spirit beasts, it was severely injured. Xiao Chen thought quickly, thinking of all sorts of possibilities. If this scarlet-crowned snake is only as fast as it is now, then I should be able to dodge it with my blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and 5 ice ape sculptures appeared in his hand. There were still 5 ice apes. He should be able to delay for a while. These 5 ice apes were carved before Xiao Chen came to the underground world. He had not had a chance to use them. Perhaps they could be of great use at this moment. Even so, Xiao Chen still felt like he was fighting with himself. He hesitated. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although this scarlet-crowned snake was severely injured, it was hard to guarantee that it did not have any trump cards up its sleeves. Chapter 206. If he made a decision now, he might not be able to leave this underground world for the rest of his life. He had no choice but to be cautious. The scarlet-crowned snake was getting closer and closer to the flowing light marigold tree. There was not much time left for Xiao Chen to think. I'll risk it. Xiao Chen made up his mind. The silver warship flew out from his right eye and enlarged. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and leaped onto the bow of the warship. Then he sped towards the flowing light marigold tree. Life bestowal spell. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The 5 engravings in the air grew larger. When they landed, they were already the size of the rank 5 spirit beast, the ice ape. This was the first time Xiao Chen controlled 5 spirit beasts at the same time. The instant the spirit beasts formed, he felt a quarter of the surging essence in his body disappear. He also entered a momentary daze and felt a little dizzy. Looks like before the purple thunder divine incantation rises to the 4th layer, controlling 5 spirit beasts at the same time is too much. Xiao Chen thought to himself after calming himself. Without thinking, the 5 ice apes would not be able to stop the scarlet-crowned snake. After a while, Xiao Chen jumped off the warship and quickly descended towards the flowing light marigold tree. Who? Who? The wind blew past his ears. Faster! 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 Xiao Chen kept saying in his heart. There had never been a moment where Xiao Chen felt that he would take so long to land. With a bang, an ice ape was directly swallowed by the scarlet-crowned snake. Shwa, shwa, shwa! With a flick of its tail, another 2 ice apes were crushed into a pile of sawdust by the scarlet-crowned snake's huge strength. There's still 3 more seconds before I can land. Xiao Chun thought anxiously. If he did not land before the ice ape was destroyed, he would become a live target in the air, unable to borrow any force. A rank 5 spirit beast was nothing in front of the scarlet-crowned snake. Even though it was severely injured, the scarlet-crowned snake could easily destroy an ice ape in one strike. The situation was extremely dangerous. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun made hand gestures and shouted, "Explode, rank 5 ice ape!" Boom, boom. The 2 rank 5 ice apes frantically absorbed the surrounding ice-attributed spiritual energy. Specks of cold light appeared in the air as Xiao Chun spoke. "Kacha, kacha, kacha!" With 2 crisp sounds, it was as if the ice had been shattered. The temperature of the air suddenly dropped by a few hundred degrees. The 2 ice apes turned into cold stars, covering the ground with a layer of frost. The scarlet-crowned snake's huge body was instantly covered with frost chi. Its body that was like a small mountain turned into a cold ice mountain, not moving at all. The self-destruction of the 2 ice apes exhausted Xiao Chen's strength. Xiao Chen swallowed an essence chi pill and used this opportunity to land firmly on the ground. The glowing, flowing light flower was as resplendent as gold. Now that it was right in front of him, the dense fragrance of the flower assaulted his nostrils. Immediately, Xiao Chun felt refreshed, and his nervous heart relaxed. If I am going to play, I will play big. As he stood in front of the flowing light flower, Xiao Chen's ambition grew. 1 flowing light flower was nothing. If he could bring away the entire flowing light marigold, it would be worth it. Xiao Chen took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. With a flash of saber light, he chopped the flowing light marigold in half. This was an immortal grade, natural treasure. As long as it was not uprooted, it could grow again. The glow of the flowing light flower faded at a visible rate. Xiao Chen quickly placed the flowing light flower and the lunar shadow saber into the universe ring. Ka ka ka! The ice sealing the scarlet-crowned snake started to slowly shatter. Xiao Chen turned his head to take a look and saw a gust of strong wind blowing at him, causing his hair to flutter. He squinted his eyes slightly. Holy Beast Martial Spirit, Blue Dragon Dragon Chi, Feng Yan Acupoint, Laogong Acupoint, Daling Acupoint, Neguan Acupoint, open! A dangerous aura assaulted him. Xiao Chen did not have time to think. He faced the strong wind and shouted. The 6 acupoints on his right arm instantly opened. 6 rays of azure light appeared and turned into a blue dragon circling around Xiao Chen's arm. The feeling of boundless energy assaulted him once again. His entire right arm felt like it was going to explode. Bang! The blue dragon did not fly out. Instead, it clashed heavily with the snake tail. A huge force was transmitted, causing the chi and blood in Xiao Chen's body to churn. He flew backwards in the air. Under the full-powered attack of a peak martial king, Xiao Chen was able to retreat unscathed. Xiao Chun thought to himself, how lucky. He vomited a mouthful of blood and dispersed the churning chi and blood. Shua! With a thought, a silver bolt of lightning quickly flew over and caught Xiao Chen, who was about to land. Xiao Chen stood on the bow of the warship. Before he could catch his breath, another strong wind blew. Another gust of wind blew. This time, the scarlet-crowned snake's huge tail was even faster than before. In an instant, it struck the silver warship. Under the huge force, Xiao Chun was sent flying. He was like a sandbag in the air, flipping around continuously. He did not have the strength to retaliate at all. Ka-ca, the silver warship cracked continuously. After a while, it shattered into countless silver motes of light and flew into Xiao Chen's right eye. The scarlet-crowned snake's attack had actually shattered Xiao Chen's secret treasure. Xiao Chen did not have the time to deal with the sudden turn of events. After he landed, The huge snake tail struck down continuously, causing the ground to tremble. Every step was filled with killing intent. It did not give Xiao Qin any time to catch his breath. Xiao Qin ran for his life. In the time it took for him to land, he covered tens of meters. The potential of his body was completely stimulated. Shock waves surged behind him. There were a few times when the snake tail was already above his head, but he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. At this moment, Xiao Qin forgot all about movement techniques, essence, and martial techniques. There was no time for him to circulate his qi. He could only rely on his physical body to run for his life. The huge tail chased after Xiao Qin and struck down continuously. The surging shock waves struck his back, nearly sending him flying a few times. However, Xiao Qin managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. This is not a solution. I do not even have time to circulate my qi. What should I do? Xiao Qin ran frantically as he thought anxiously. Originally, Xiao Qin thought that after he executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, he would have no problem escaping. However, the current situation did not give him any chance to circulate his qi. If he paused for even a moment, he would be smashed into meat paste by the huge force. I can't keep running like this. I have to find an opportunity to catch my breath. Otherwise, it will chase me to death. How should I find an opportunity? The scarlet-crowned snake was clearly in a berserk state. He had already used the blue dragon qi once. He could not use it again in a short period of time. With the strength of his physical body, he would not be able to fight against it. As Xiao Qin ran forward quickly, he tried to think of a countermeasure. Since he could not clash head-on, could he make use of the force to retreat? After that, he executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, completely breaking away from the scarlet-crowned snake. Using his strength to escape was something Xiao Qin had not learned before. He could only rely on himself to find the right opportunity. If he wanted to successfully use his strength, timing was the most important. If he could not find the right opportunity, he would be smashed to death by the scarlet-crowned snake. After dodging a few more attacks from the scarlet-crowned snake, Xiao Qin carefully felt the direction of the wind, as well as the timing of the huge snake's tail. Rumble! The huge snake's tail smashed down, causing the ground to tremble. Then it quickly whipped up. Its upper body was already standing upright. A cold light flickered in its eyes. Its scarlet tongue flickered continuously as it watched Xiao Qin dodge again. The scarlet-crowned snake hissed a few times in anger. It twisted its waist, and its tail created a strong wind as it smashed down again. Xiao Qin could feel the direction of the wind. Now was the time. He did not hesitate to turn around and lean to the right. Just as the huge snake tail was about to land, he smashed his palm against the side of the snake tail. Xiao Qin did not use any force in this palm strike. He only slid his palm to the side of the snake's tail the instant he touched it. Who? Xiao Qin's body immediately flew to the right. He felt joy in his heart. He succeeded. Although there was still a small portion of the snake's strength that was not completely dissipated, it was still very horrifying. However, it was already within the acceptable range. Xiao Qin smiled gently and took advantage of the opportunity to execute the high-level technique of the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Cloud Dragon's 9 transformations. Instantly, 9 figures appeared in the sky. When the 9 figures merged together and landed, Xiao Qin had already leaped a long distance. Pa! Pa! When the scarlet-crowned snake saw Xiao Qin fling himself away, it slammed its huge tail on the ground. Its huge body soared into the air, covering the sky. It was not slow at all. Xiao Qin turned his head around and saw a huge mouth above his head. Its red tongue was spitting out a cold light. The black hole looked like it was going to swallow Xiao Qin up in the next moment. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Qin's face as he stopped. He was not startled, but happy. You chased me for so long. Now that you have delivered yourself to me, I will let you suffer a little. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! A fierce flame burned in Xiao Chen's right eye. After a while, it condensed into a fire dragon and shot towards the scarlet-crowned snake's mouth. Boom! The fire dragon instantly drilled into the scarlet-crowned snake. The huge body of the scarlet-crowned snake trembled and rolled on the ground. Xiao Chen ignored it. He took advantage of this opportunity and quickly headed for the exit of the underground world. He knew that such a small amount of fire would not be able to kill it. After an hour, Xiao Chen felt the exit of the underground world. When he arrived at the pitch-black hole, he did not hesitate and walked out with large strides. When Xiao Chen passed through the hole, the initial feeling of being in a trance attacked him again. This time, Xiao Chen paid attention. He could clearly feel that feeling of being in a trance. It was like he had passed through a different world. When Xiao Chen turned his head around, he saw an inconceivable scene. There was no underground world behind him. It was pitch black, and he could not see anything clearly. Xiao Chen was astonished. He was flabbergasted as he muttered, "How can this be? I clearly just came out from there. How did it disappear in an instant?" Xiao Chen could not believe what he saw. He rushed forward frantically. The pitch-black hole did not take him long before he bumped into the wall. Other than soil, there was nothing else. Could it be that everything I experienced in the past month was fake? Xiao Chen scratched his head and said in confusion, "Everything was just a dream." Xiao Chen took out the flowing light marigold from the universe ring. Only then did he slowly calm down. He still had his energy, and the medial grade spirit stones in his ring had not decreased. Chapter 207. This meant that that world definitely existed. Xiao Chen thought about it carefully. What was the difference between the first time he came here and now? There had to be a reason for the current situation. After a while, a light flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. He said, "When I first came here, there was no spiritual energy in my body. Now, my body is filled with spiritual energy. That is the biggest difference." That underground world should be a small world created by a senior. Only those who reached the sage realm and became one with the world could enter. Or perhaps only ordinary people without spiritual energy could enter. Furthermore, it was very likely that this was the small world created by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founding ancestor, the Saber Emperor. Now, Xiao Chen had stumbled into it by chance. If he had not lost all his essence, if he had not been swept here by the underground river, he would not have been able to reach this place. There were many reasons for this. This was probably the so-called fortuitous encounter. Thinking about it, it was a pity. Originally, Xiao Chen was prepared to explore the entire underground world when he had the chance. It looked like he could not enter before he became a martial sage. Xiao Chen shook his head and recollected his thoughts. Since he had already come out, there was no need to think about this problem. What he had to think about now was how to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Xiao Chen arrived at the underground river, he slowly stopped at the riverbank where he had climbed up in a sorry state. Everything that had happened that day was still vivid in his mind. His essence had disappeared, his internal injuries were severe, his stamina was weak, and the undercurrents were all very dangerous. In the end, he had encountered all of them. However, the conviction in his heart did not extinguish. He had climbed up in the end. He still had many important things to do. He could not die so early. He had not rescued Ao Jiao from the lunar shadow saber. He had not dealt with the noble clans in the Dongming province. He had not figured out why he was chased out of the Xiao clan. There were too many enemies that he had not defeated yet. He had not even opened the door to becoming a cultivator. On the path of cultivation, it would be a pity if he died just like that. Looking at his reflection in the water, Xiao Chen thought of something. He had to change his appearance. Otherwise, no one would recognize him. Xiao Chen's face suddenly turned blurry as soon as he used the shape-shifting technique. He recalled Yi Chen's appearance in his mind. and the bones in his face began to move rapidly. On the surface of the water, Yi Chen's rather ordinary face appeared. It completely changed Xiao Chen's sharp and unrestrained temperament. Xiao Chen looked at the surface of the water and smiled in satisfaction. He leaped up and stood on the surface of the water. He went against the current and walked on the waves. If he wanted to go back, there was no other way aside from going back. The only way Xiao Chen could think of was to return to the place where the Demon King was suppressed. Once he found Yiwen, he would be able to leave. The tip of Xiao Chen's feet tapped lightly on the surface of the water as if he was running on flat ground. He dashed forward at an extremely fast speed. After a while, a mountain wall appeared in front of Xiao Chen, and the river under his feet flowed down from the mountain wall. Thump! Since the river could flow down, it meant that there was a path ahead. Xiao Chen stopped cultivating and dove to the bottom of the river. Then he swam against the undercurrent. After swimming for a long time, Xiao Chen felt the mountain wall above him disappear. He floated up again and walked on the surface of the water. After walking for a long time, he discovered that the river under his feet was just a tributary. The further he walked, the more astonished Xiao Chen was. There were many tributaries in this underground river. They were dense and wide. Along the way, Xiao Chen had already come across more than 10 tributaries. Some places even had 4 tributaries. The water flowed downwards. Fortunately, there was only one main tributary upstream. As long as Xiao Chen kept going upstream, he would eventually find the cave where the Demon King was suppressed. 2 days later, Xiao Chen was in a river. Before he surfaced, he felt a familiar feeling. This was because the rotten smell of the dried corpse in the river had yet to dissipate. Have I finally found my way back? The moment Xiao Chen surfaced, he saw Yiwen sitting at a wooden table on the shore, smiling at him. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He did not expect to run into this person the moment he came up. He used his essence to disperse all the water droplets on his body. Immediately, hot air surrounded Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen stepped on the water surface and slowly walked out of the fog. When he arrived in front of Yiwen, the water vapor on his body had already evaporated. His clothes and hair were extremely dry. When Yiwen saw all this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He poured a cup of wine and handed it to Xiao Chen. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like you had a fortuitous encounter. Not only did your cultivation not get crippled, it even improved greatly. I can no longer see through you." Xiao Chen received the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. When he saw Yiwen, he originally thought he had a lot to say. However, when he saw Yiwen so calm, he did not know what to say. How is Bian Peak's Song K now? After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen asked the question he was most concerned about. Yiwen drank by himself and drank another cup of wine. He said casually, "I crippled one of his arms, but he is still a peak master. However, don't worry, ancestral martial ancestor Shen already warned him. If you go out, he will not dare to cause trouble for you. You crippled one of his arms." Xiao Chen looked at Yiwen in astonishment. It was not that he did not think Yiwen did not have the strength to do so. It was just that he did not expect Yiwen to offend a peak master for him. Furthermore, looking at Yiwen's calm manner, it was as though he did not care about it at all. It was as though this was a small matter and there was no need for him to care about it. Yiwen stood up and said, "Let's go. There is no need to make a fuss about nothing. I'll bring you out." Yiwen slowly put away the wine cups on the table. After he spoke, he took the lead and walked out. He looked at Xiao Chen behind him and said, "You are really lucky. That girl, Lu Ruyue, even came down personally to look for you not long ago." "Elder sister Ruyue came to look for me?" Xiao Chen was startled. He said, "Then what did you say to her? Did you tell her the truth? Am I stupid? Do you think I do not know her character? If I told her the truth, she would immediately go to Bian Peak and risk her life," Yiwen said indifferently. Xiao Chen was rendered speechless by Yi Wen's words. Not long after, Yi Wen asked again, "What is your relationship with Lung Liusu?" Lung Liusu? There shouldn't be any relationship. I am not familiar with her, Xiao Chen said suspiciously. He did not know why Yi Wen would ask such a question. Yi Wen said, "That is strange." She used her identity as the young pavilion master and went through the elders' assembly to send people to look for you a few times. Lung Liusu also came to look for him? Xiao Chen could not understand what was going on. He wanted to ask Yi Wen what was going on. However, when he saw Yi Wen's expression, he swallowed his words. Yi Wen brought Xiao Chen along and led him to a small transportation formation. When the people guarding the formation saw Yi Wen, they said respectfully, "Elder Yi, are you here to send someone off?" Yi Wen nodded and said to Xiao Chen, "Go up. Once you go up, you will be able to leave this damned place. I have already helped you settle your mission. Just go and hand it in." Before Xiao Chen stepped onto the transportation formation, he turned around and asked, "Did you not pay any price for chopping off Song Kei's arm?" After all, Song Kei was a peak master. Xiao Chen could not understand how Yi Wen could be so calm. Yi Wen smiled gently. "The price is that I have to stay in this place for another 10 years. Now that I see that you are so lively, I feel that it is not worth it. All right, stop speaking nonsense. Scram! Pooh!" Yi Wen suddenly kicked out and kicked Xiao Chen's butt. Xiao Chen fell forward and landed in front of the transportation formation. A light appeared on the ground. Countless talisman scripts flashed, and Xiao Chen's body disappeared with a schwa sound. Everything was hazy and pitch black. Xiao Chen felt that his body seemed to be stretched infinitely. After that, spots of light appeared. After a while, he regained control of his body. "Where is this?" Xiao Chen looked at his surroundings and discovered that he was in a small room. There were no traces of formations on the floor. This should be a one-way transportation formation. Xiao Chen gently pushed open the door and walked out. He happened to see the counter in the Hall of Contributions. When the old man behind the counter saw Xiao Chen, he was mildly startled. The old man waved his hand, and the wooden token at Xiao Chen's waist quickly flew into his hand. It turned out that he had returned to the Hall of Contributions. The old man looked at the number on the wooden token and smiled gently at Xiao Chen. "Yi Chen, congratulations on completing your mission. These are your contribution points." The old man took out some black copper coins from under the counter and handed them to Xiao Chen. After counting them, Yi Wen rated you as outstanding. There is a total of 1,000 contribution points. Xiao Chen received the black copper coins. There was a total of 10 of them. They were completely black, round on the outside and square on the inside. They contained a strange aura that could not be faked. The old man continued to explain. Contribution points had a total of 3 colors. The white ones represented 1 contribution point, the red ones represented 1 contribution point, and the black ones represented 100 contribution points. Xiao Chen had lived in the underground world for close to 2 months. At this moment, he was in a rush to return to Qingyun Peak and report his safety to Lu Riyue. Hence, he did not have the patience to listen to the old man's words and prepared to leave. "Wait a moment, don't leave yet. This is your first time completing a high-level mission. There is something I have to tell you," the old man called out to Xiao Chen and walked out. The old man revealed a faint smile on his aged face. "Young man, don't be too anxious. This matter is the best reward for you." Xiao Chen did not understand. He slowly calmed down and followed the old man. The old man led Xiao Chen to the back of the first floor of the Hall of Contributions. Along the way, many people saw the old man personally leading the way for Xiao Chen. They all started to guess Xiao Chen's identity. The managing elder of the Hall of Contributions is actually personally leading the way for someone. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Even the true inheritors do not receive such treatment. I have never seen him before either. What is his background? Could he be even more noble than the true inheritors? It's him. Look at the identity token on his waist. He is that disciple from Qingyun Peak. He is Yi Chen. Someone with sharp eyes in the crowd immediately said when he saw the silver identity token on Xiao Chen's waist. Currently, there were only two men in Qingyun Peak. One was Lu Suifeng and the other was Yi Chen. Everyone knew Lu Suifeng. Since he was not Lu Suifeng, then Yi Chen's identity was obvious. So it really is him. He disappeared for 2 months and actually appeared again. The people from Wanren Peak have been searching for him for a long time. Chapter 208. I heard that the second strongest core disciple of Wanren Peak, Quicksaber Linfeng, has already said that as long as he appears, he will look for him to settle the score. I saw a few Wanren Peak disciples leave earlier. They should be going to inform Linfeng. There will be a good show to watch later. When Xiao Chen heard all this, he did not pay too much attention to it. As long as it was not a senior making a move, he was confident that he could deal with any core disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The so-called hindrance was just to increase his combat experience. However, Xiao Chen did not expect this old man's identity to be so deep. He was not as ordinary as he looked. The old man's expression was like an ancient well. There were no ripples at all. After they arrived at a large hall, he said indifferently, "We have arrived. This is the ranking hall. You can find your seat up there." The area of the large hall was very wide. There were 10 wooden walls in the middle. There was a group of people surrounding each wooden wall. They were either shaking their heads and sighing, or they had an impassioned expression. Everyone had a different expression. The old man brought Xiao Chen to the wooden wall at the very back. When the crowd saw the old man, they immediately opened up a path. Xiao Chen also discovered that the cultivators gathered in front of this wooden wall all had dispirited expressions. There is a total of 5,000 inner disciples in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The number has always been fixed. These 5,000 disciples are all ranked. The one you are looking at is the bottom 500 inner disciples. After the ranking war at the end of the year, the last 500 disciples will be stripped of their inner disciple status, the old man explained to Xiao Chen. So that's how it is. No wonder the inner disciples gathered here all had ugly expressions. It turns out that the elimination system of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was so strict. Every year, they would eliminate 500 disciples. Xiao Chen looked at the wooden wall. There were 10 rows of wooden walls. Each row had 100 small wooden tablets. Every wooden tablet represented the identity of an inner disciple. On it was written the person's name, cultivation realm, peak, and other basic information. Xiao Chen looked around for a while and found his own wooden tablet. It was very eye-catching. It was ranked last in the 10th row. That was the last of the 5,000 inner disciples in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. On it was written, Qingyun Peak's Yi Chen, inferior grade martial grandmaster. The outer sect deacon of the Hall of Contributions took down the wooden plaque representing Xiao Chen. All the wooden plaques on the wooden wall started to move like a jigsaw puzzle. Everyone's name on the wooden wall started to move back by 1 rank. The old man held Xiao Chen's wooden tablet and walked to the wooden tablet in front. He placed Xiao Chen's wooden tablet in the 10th row. In an instant, Xiao Chen's rank rose by 500. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. They had never seen anyone raise their rank by 500 before. This isn't fair. I've been working so hard to complete the sex missions and accumulate my strength. Yet, I can't even advance by 10 ranks in a month. How could he advance by 500? There was no change in the old man's expression. I Tian I, sect master, I Tian I Chen I and Chen I Chen. There was no change in the old man's expression. He slowly turned around and looked at the crowd. The noisy chatter immediately stopped. it was incomparably quiet. If you are in the bottom 500 and complete a high-level sect mission for the first time and obtain an outstanding evaluation, you can also break away from the bottom 500. Only now did the crowd remember that the ranking hall did have such a rule. However, they were not able to accept high-level missions. The ones they could accept were all extremely dangerous high-level missions. It would be very difficult for them to obtain an outstanding evaluation. Thus, for a very long time, no one in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion used such a method to raise their ranking. That was why everyone was excited. Xiao Chen did not care about all this. To him, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was just a relay station. After he learned listening to the sword and communicating with it, he would leave. He did not have any plans to stay here for long. The Tianwu continent was very big. Xiao Qin had set his sights on the entire continent long ago. Perhaps the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was a very strong power in the Great Qin nation. However, when compared to the entire continent, or even the entire world, outside of the Tianwu continent was the Boundless Sea. After crossing the Boundless Sea, he heard that there were countless islands. There were also countless experts there. Thinking about it this way, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was nothing. Thus, Xiao Qin did not care much about his status as an inner disciple. All right, I still have things to do, so I will take my leave first. As for the other rules, you will slowly come to understand them in the future, the old man said indifferently. After that, the old man gave Xiao Qin a meaningful look. He said, "Finally, I will give you some words of advice. Young man, don't be too sharp. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Don't set your sights too far. For the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to exist, it is not as simple as you think. The so-called geniuses are the cheapest things here. Don't keep your heart suspended in the air. Sink down and merge with it. Take a good look at this peak. It is far more exciting than you imagine." Xiao Qin revealed an extremely shocked expression. This old man had only taken a quick glance, and it seemed like he had seen through Xiao Qin's thoughts. The old man's words caused Xiao Qin to enter deep thought. Don't keep your heart suspended in the air. Sink down and merge with it. Is he saying that I am arrogant? Never mind, I will take a look first. Since I am already here, Xiao Chen did not intend to leave immediately. He strode forward and arrived at the first wooden wall. That was the ranking of the top 500 disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The wooden wall was the same as the other wooden walls. There were 10 rows of 50 people in each row. However, the background behind it was different. There was a faint layer of gold paint on it. It looked like a glory roll. However, being in the top 500 was also worthy of this glory. When one saw their name on it, they would feel proud. Survival of the fittest. This was a very good, competitive system. It was able to retain the most outstanding talents. Not bad. Xiao Qin admired this ranking system. When he looked up, the first 10 names were as red as blood. They were very eye-catching among the black words. What made Xiao Qin feel strange was that these 10 people were not core disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiao Qin did not know which peak they belonged to or what their cultivation realm was. There was only one name on the information board. The rest were all unknown. It was very mysterious. Could it be that the strongest disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion are not the true inheritors? Xiao Qin thought to himself. He carefully counted to the back. He only saw the first true inheritor's name after 50. The true inheritor of Wanren Peak, Wang Qinian, was an inferior grade martial saint. Unexpectedly, he was only in the 50s. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin decided to look at the ranking of the so-called Quick Saber, Lin Feng. As he continued looking down, Xiao Qin saw Lin Feng's name in the 3rd row. Wanren Peak Core Disciple, Superior Grade Martial Saint. Wanren Peak's 2nd strongest core disciple, but he was only in the 100th rank. How exactly is the ranking on the wooden board divided? Why does it feel like it is not accurate? Xiao Qin started to doubt himself. Yi Chen. Just as Xiao Chen was deep in thought, someone called out his name from behind. When he turned his head to look, he discovered it was Ma Chen, who had gone to the spirit mine with him on a mission. When Ma Chen saw Xiao Chen turn around, he quickly walked over. He said in pleasant surprise, "It really is you, junior brother Yi Chen. I have not seen you for a month. I thought something happened to you." When Xiao Chen saw this, he felt somewhat apologetic. He explained that he had no choice but to knock him out. He did not have any malicious intent. Ma Chen waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say it, I understand. Speaking of which, your background is not small. Even the young pavilion master, personally, sent people to look for you." Xiao Chen felt it was strange, so he asked, "You know about this as well? Does anyone else know?" Ma Chen shook his head and said, "There should not be anyone else who knows. I only came up half a month ago. I do not know what happened in the spirit mine. It has been under lockdown for a long time." The two of them chatted for a while. Xiao Chen understood a little about what happened after he left from Ma Chen. The things that happened in the spirit mine were not spread out. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was as peaceful as it was in the past. No one outside knew that the shocking change that happened a month ago could turn into something that could threaten the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiao Chen remembered that Ma Chen had been here longer than him. He should know what was going on with the ranking, so he asked about his doubts. Ma Chen smiled and said, "This is very normal. The true inheritors of the 7 peaks are all passed down by the bloodline of the peak master. It is not a matter of talent. Sometimes a true inheritor is not even as strong as an ordinary inner disciple." Xiao Chen was astonished. Would anyone be willing to become a peak master? If a peak master was not even as strong as a core elder, it was hard for Xiao Chen to imagine how such a person would be able to manage such a large peak. They would not. After all, such people are the minority. Furthermore, every peak has their own methods of passing down their cultivation. Before the old peak master died, he could pass down his cultivation to his descendants. Ma Chen continued to explain. As for the top 10 people, they are the strongest 10. They spend most of their time training outside and rarely return. So it is normal that we do not know their cultivation. I have seen the ranking competition at the end of last year. These 10 people are very strong. They definitely live up to their reputation. A few of them are able to defeat opponents of a higher cultivation realm. Furthermore, their cultivation methods are different from the orthodox inner disciples. They are all aiming for the divine saber camp. So that was the case. No wonder the old man told Xiao Chen that geniuses were the cheapest thing in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If the top 20 were all the people that Ma Chen mentioned, then the old man's words were not exaggerated. What kind of genius could be more talented than someone who could defeat opponents of a higher cultivation realm? After Ma Chen answered Xiao Chen's question, he told him about the changes in the rankings. Aside from doing some refinement missions, one could also challenge an opponent in the same row as them. That was to say, one could challenge an inner disciple who was ranked 49 above them. Everyone had a chance to challenge them once a month. The person being challenged could choose not to accept the challenge. However, on the 15th of every month, if someone challenged you, you had to accept the challenge. Otherwise, you would automatically forfeit and be automatically defeated. Of course, the most crucial thing was the ranking competition at the end of the year. At that time, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion would engage in a grand battle among the inner disciples. The points obtained in the battle were the most important factors in determining one's ranking. Of course, one's previous ranking was also very important. The points obtained were the same. However, if one's ranking was too far behind, it would be useless. Chapter 209. Ma Chen's explanation was very detailed. Xiao Chen understood the moment he heard it. Now he somewhat understood the meaning of the old man's words. The so-called sink in and blend in should be for him to participate in this competitive game. Xiao Chen thought for a while, I can accept other people's challenges. However, I will not take the initiative to challenge myself. I do not have the time. After all, I am no longer in the bottom 500. As long as I hold my ground, I will not have to worry about being kicked out of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the end of the year. It was getting late. Xiao Chun was in a rush to return to Qingyun Peak. He did not continue chatting with Ma Chen. After he took his leave, he immediately left the Hall of Contributions. The heaven viewing platform was as bustling as when he arrived. It was bustling with activity. There was a huge flow of people. Just as Xiao Qin stepped out of the Hall of Contributions, he felt a few killing qi directed at him. He could not help but stop. On the path leading to the Hall of Contributions, a group of people slowly walked over. They were wearing the uniform of Wanren Peak. Their faces were covered in frost, and their gazes were cold. When they were 10 meters in front of Xiao Qin, they stopped. Xiao Qin saw Yang Qi's figure in the crowd. He looked at Xiao Chen coldly and whispered something into the ear of a person beside him. That person had a squarish face. He looked very ordinary. However, a bright light flashed in his eyes occasionally, causing people to tremble in fear. He was an inferior grade martial saint. There is indeed a good show to watch. That is Wanren Peak's quick saber master, Lin Feng. He is ranked 106th on the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's strength ranking list. He is the second-ranked core disciple of Wanren Peak. He already said that he wanted to help Yang Qi get back at him. Looks like this Yi Qin will not be able to escape easily today. It is hard to say. Since Yi Qin could defeat Yang Qi that day, he might be able to defeat Lin Feng today. Furthermore, Yi Qin is now a superior grade martial grandmaster. I think their top core disciple, Luo Kadi, will have to come. If what you said was 2 months ago, it might be possible. However, Lin Feng is now an inferior grade martial saint. Martial saint and martial grandmaster are 2 completely different realms. The difference is too great. 2 months ago, Yi Chan might not have stood a chance. Lin Feng is known as the #1 swift saber of Wanren Peak, and his reputation is not undeserved. At most, he would have lost slightly more elegantly. Now, I reckon that Yi Chan would not be able to block even one move. Lin Feng's appearance had immediately attracted the attention of all the elite disciples who were surrounding the Achievement Palace. They all wanted to see what was going on. Xiao Chen's facial expression didn't change. His heart was as calm as still water. There wasn't a single ripple in his heart. He was looking at Lin Feng without the slightest fear. Lin Feng took a few steps forwards and arrived in front of Xiao Chen. He then said in an ice-cold tone, 2 months ago, were you the one who injured many of my disciples? That's right, Xiao Chen said calmly. Lin Feng slowly put his right hand on the hilt of his blade. His qi was unceasingly condensing. He was fixedly staring at Xiao Chen and said, I will give you a chance to explain yourself. If I am not satisfied with your explanation, I will make them suffer 10 times over. There's no need to explain when your skills are inferior. As Xiao Chen spoke, he took a step forward without anyone noticing. Kacha! When Xiao Chen finished speaking, Lin Feng unsheathed his long blade. A cold light appeared. The crowd could only see a blurry shadow of the blade. They couldn't even see the blade clearly. Bang! However, something unexpected happened. Originally, they thought that Xiao Chen would be struck by the lightning-fast blade and his blood would flow like a river. He would be defeated immediately. But the reality was that Lin Feng vomited a mouthful of blood. A crisp sound could be heard from his chest, and he fell to the ground. The long blade in his hand swayed and flew out of his hand. Xiao Chen immediately stomped on Lin Feng, who was struggling to stand up. Then he stomped heavily on Lin Feng, who was struggling to stand up. There was another crunching sound as a few more of Lin Feng's ribs broke. Lin Feng groaned in pain. He pointed his finger at Xiao Chen and said, unwillingly, You! The situation had suddenly changed. Lin Feng, who was originally aggressive, was knocked down by Xiao Chen with one punch. The crowd could not even react to what was going on. Everything was too unimaginable. In their eyes, Lin Feng had obviously attacked first. Furthermore, his speed was so fast that the naked eye could not see it. But why was he the first to be hit? Xiao Chen quickly let go of him. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. When Yang Qi saw Lin Feng fall to the ground, he became very anxious. He quickly led the other core disciples of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak and surrounded Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled indifferently. He hooked his right foot and kicked Lin Feng's body away like a sandbag. Yang Qi hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch Lin Feng. However, the strength behind Lin Feng's kick was far beyond his imagination. After the people of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak caught Lin Feng, Xiao Chen had already used the blue dragon cloud soaring technique and disappeared without a trace. In a distant pavilion, two young disciples wearing the uniform of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak were quietly watching the scene in the Hall of Contributions. One of them shook his head and said, "Junior brother Lin lost too unjustly. If he did not give that person a chance to speak and went up, he would have executed the startling wind saber technique. With his current cultivation level, he would have defeated that person in 10 moves." The other person smiled indifferently. A loss is a loss. There is nothing much to say. Lin Feng is a proud person. It is good for him to suffer some setbacks. Junior brother Luo, what do you think of Yi Qin? So these two people were the true inheritor of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, Wang Qinian, and the number 1 core disciple of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, Luo Kadi. Luo Kadi thought for a while and said, rational, calm, and good at grasping his opponent's weakness. The strength of his physical body is extremely terrifying. That punch earlier should have contained 4,000 kilograms of force. However, the strength of his physical body is mediocre. The higher his cultivation level, the smaller the advantage he has. He is not a match for us, so there is no need to worry too much about it. Wang Qinian smiled gently and said, "This person is much stronger than we imagined. If you fought with him, you would only have a 50% chance of winning if you did not use your best moves." "Why do you say that?" Wang Qinian said indifferently. "You only paid attention to the speed and strength of his punch. You did not see anything else. That is where he is brilliant." When he answered Lin Feng's question, he took 2 steps forward. This distance was the furthest the tip of Lin Feng's saber could reach after he drew it. Furthermore, he did not attack after he finished speaking. He used sound and speed to create an illusion. It gave people the impression that after he spoke, he and Lin Feng attacked at the same time. Actually, he had already attacked when he said the last 2 words. As for Lin Feng, he only attacked after he heard the sound. Therefore, it is not that Yi Qin is faster than Lin Feng, but that he attacked first. Luo Kadi felt that his mind was in a mess. After thinking carefully for a while, he revealed a doubtful expression and said, "That is impossible. How can the speed of sound be faster than what the naked eye can see? No matter how fast he is, even if he surpasses the speed of sound, it is impossible for him to surpass the speed of light. What the naked eye can see is that he attacked first." These words were very tongue-twisting and could easily make people dizzy. Actually, it was not difficult to explain. Within a short distance, when a person made a punching motion, the sound and movement would definitely be heard at the same time. However, if this person's speed surpassed the speed of sound, people would see an extremely strange scene. The opponent would only be able to hear the sound slowly after he was sent flying far away. The faster you were, the slower it would be for others to hear the sound. However, no matter what, your actions would be seen immediately. Hence, Luo Kadi felt that Wang Qinian's words were contradictory. How could Xiao Chen go against common sense and let others hear the sound first before seeing the action? Wang Qinian smiled faintly and said, "The sound you heard might not have come from his mouth?" "You mean?" His voice was transmitted into people's ears using other methods. Luo Kadi seemed to have understood something as he looked at Wang Qinian in shock. Wang Qinian nodded and said that's right. However, it was not transmitted into the ears, but directly into the brain. This is because when he said the last two words, his lips did not move at all. This is a kind of use of soul energy. I once saw an expert using soul energy in the ancient desolate land. That person was even more powerful than Yi Qin. Not only could he imitate sounds, he could even imprint images into the mind of others. Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chun looked at the familiar peak and could not help but sigh in his heart. It had only been 2 months since he last came, but he actually started to miss it. Looking into the distance, there was a group of people standing at the foot of the mountain, looking into the distance. Xiao Chen's vision was very good. He discovered Lu Ruyue, Xiaoyang, and Xiaomeng standing there. Brother Yi, you are finally back. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Qin, he went forward and hammered Xiao Qin. Big Brother Yi, are you all right? Xiaoyang and Xiaomeng welcomed him with smiles. Xiao Qin greeted them one by one. When he saw everyone's enthusiastic expressions, he felt a warmth in his heart. Lu Ruyue revealed a faint smile on her charming face. She stood quietly at the side. After consuming the beauty-nourishing pill that Xiao Qin gave her, she looked even more beautiful than before. No one dared to look her in the eye. Lu Ruyue's aura was withdrawn. Compared to the past, it was less sharp. However, it was even more unfathomable. After absorbing the essence of heaven and earth that Ao Jiao gave her, she was only a step away from Martial King. Elder Sister Rue, I made you worry. Xiao Qin walked over and said sincerely. Lu Ruyue had personally gone down to the mine for him. No matter what, he had to thank her. Lu Ruyue carefully sized up Xiao Qin. After a while, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She asked, Are you a superior grade martial grandmaster? When Lu Suifeng heard this, he could not help but be startled. He carefully sized up Xiao Qin. He felt that his aura was flourishing, and he could not see through him. Before Xiao Chun went to do the mission, he was only a peak inferior grade martial grandmaster. In just 2 months, he had become a superior grade martial grandmaster. This speed was not inferior to a cultivator with an inherited heavenly vein martial spirit. When Lu Ruyue saw Xiao Qin nod his head in acknowledgement, she said, That's great. In half a month, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will be holding the core disciple exam. It looks like you will be able to make it in time. Rest for a while first. Tomorrow, I will officially teach you listening to the sword and communicating with it. After Lu Ruyue spoke, she turned around and left. She did not ask much about what happened to Xiao Chun underground. Xiao Chun also heaved a sigh of relief. It would be troublesome to explain his fortuitous encounter in the underground. If Lu Ruyue asked, he would not know how to answer. Chapter 210. Who? A white figure quickly rushed to the foot of the mountain peak. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, he could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. The white figure was Bai. This little fellow was very playful. After it left with Xiaomeng, it rarely returned. It ran all over Qingyun Peak. Xiao Qin knew that it liked to stay in the forest. Furthermore, the mission was dangerous, so he left it behind. When Bai saw Xiao Chen's figure, it was very excited. Its snow-white fur gave off a faint glow under the sunlight. Its body swayed as it pounced over. Pouton! Originally, Bai wanted to jump onto Xiao Chen's body. However, when it was only half a meter away from Xiao Chen, it fell with a piu-tong sound. After it got up, it was still in a daze. Its little head shook left and right. It did not understand what was going on. Xiao Chen was greatly astonished. He walked forward and picked it up. Instantly, the fragrance of wine wafted over. He could not help but say in astonishment, What a strong wine smell! Could it be that it drank wine? Xiaomeng walked over awkwardly and said, Elder brother Yi Qin, after you left, by accidentally drank Xiaoyang's wine. After that, it became addicted to it. It often gets drunk. No matter where the wine is hidden, its nose can smell it. Xiaoyang also walked over and said embarrassedly, "Elder brother Yiqin, I am really sorry. I was already very wary of it. However, its nose is too sensitive. I don't even dare to drink anymore." It even ran to the top of the mountain to ask for wine from the elders. Xiao Chen sweated in his heart. It really drank wine. Furthermore, it got drunk. After not seeing it for 2 months, Bai actually developed such a bad habit. Never mind. I will keep an eye on it for the next 2 days. Furthermore, drinking wine is not a bad thing. Xiao Chen could only blame Bai for being mischievous. Furthermore, a rank 6 spirit beast was equivalent to a martial king. Xiaoyang and Xiaomeng were just ordinary people. It was normal for them to not be able to keep an eye on it. Bai seemed to know that it had made a mistake. It drooped its ears and did not dare to move around in Xiao Chen's embrace. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and placed it in the spirit blood jade. Seeing Lu Suifeng at the side, Xiao Chen thought of something. He took out 5 black contribution coins and handed them to Lu Suifeng. "Suifeng, when you go to Jade Maiden Peak tomorrow, help me return them to Marshal Grand Uncle Shen." Lu Suifeng waved his hand and did not take the contribution coins that Xiao Chen handed over. He smiled and said, "My sister already helped you repay the debt you owe the Hall of Contributions. She knew that you owed the Hall of Contributions because you wanted to refine the beauty-nourishing pill. She even scolded me." Xiao Chen put away the contribution coins. As he watched Lu Riyue disappear into the mountain peak, his gratitude towards her increased. At night, stars filled the sky and the moon hung high in the branches. Xiao Chen went to his own courtyard and took out the flowing light marigold tree, which gave off a golden light. The flowing light marigold on the treetop gave off a dense fragrance. Its spiritual energy was overwhelming. The flowing light marigold had a total of 5 petals. There was not much difference between eating 1 and eating 5. Everyone only had 1 chance to increase their comprehension ability. How much they could increase actually depended on luck. Who knew? After eating it, they might be able to open up their spiritual acupoints and obtain a photographic memory. They might even be able to learn any martial technique after seeing it once. Although everything was possible, the flowing light marigold was an immortal grade spirit herb. After consuming it, it could increase a cultivator's comprehension ability by at least 20%. The effects were very obvious. Of the 5 petals, he would eat 1 and find an opportunity to give the other 2 to Lu Riyue and her brother. Xiaoyang and his brother did not have martial spirits, so they would not be considered. As for the remaining 2, Xiao Chen could give 1 to Bai. As for the last one, he would give it to cousin Yulan. In the future, when they met again, he would give it to her. After allocating the 5 petals of the flowing light marigold in his heart, Xiao Chen plucked a golden petal and placed it in his mouth, chewing it gently. A dense and refreshing fragrance filled his entire mouth. The petal turned into an ice-cold liquid and flowed into the meridians of his body. After a while, it permeated into all the pores of Xiao Chen's body. An indescribable, carefree feeling spread throughout his body, making him feel carefree and relaxed. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and immersed himself in this comfortable feeling, forgetting himself. After a while, his mind seemed to explode. Countless information poured in. Battle Sage origins, changing character formula. Clear wind chop, dragon seizing hand, blue dragon cloud soaring art, flight on wings, rushing thunder chop. All the martial techniques that Xiao Chen had learned appeared in his mind. Some of the problems that he could not figure out in the past suddenly became clear. He was suddenly enlightened. Xiao Chen's thoughts were incomparably clear. He was able to draw inferences about other things from one instance. The changes of the various martial techniques in battle were all sorted out. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His eyes were clear like an ancient well, deep and tranquil, making it hard for others to understand. Clear wind chop, blue dragon tail whip. Xiao Qin shouted, and a cool breeze blew in the courtyard. The leaves on the ground were picked up by the cool breeze, dancing in the air continuously, making schwa 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 sounds. The high-level technique of the blue dragon cloud soaring art, blue dragon tail whip, was executed at the same time as the secret technique of Qingyun Peak, the clear wind chop. Xiao Chen's figure moved in an elegant arc in the air. Who? Something strange happened. Xiao Qin, who was hidden in the cool breeze, suddenly disappeared. The saber light and the human figure disappeared in an instant. Nothing could be seen. Only the cool breeze and the rustling of leaves remained in the huge courtyard. It was incomparably quiet. Cassier. Xiao Chun landed in front of Xiao Qin. The lunar shadow saber in his hand returned to its scabbard with a huangdang sound. He revealed a joyful expression. I have finally practiced the clear wind chop to great perfection. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, the cool breeze behind him suddenly stopped. The leaves in the air rustled and fell. Every leaf was divided into two into four into 8, and then into countless fragments. Xiao Qin was not sure how much his comprehension ability had increased. However, he felt that compared to before, his comprehension ability had increased by at least 50%, which was half. After Xiao Qin consumed the flowing light flower, he immediately comprehended the clear wind chop, which was only one step away from the spirit gate. He even managed to combine it with the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Qin raised the clear wind chop to an unimaginable level. Not only did it reach the state where one could only see the cool breeze but not the saber, even one's figure was hidden in the wind. Even Lu Riyue and Yi Wen had not reached such a state. As for whether there was anyone else in history who had reached such a state, Xiao Qin did not know. While he was in a daze, Xiao Qin felt that he was in a very strange state. His mind was very agile. This did not seem to be a simple increase in comprehension ability. Rather, it was a state that could only be encountered and not sought. It was similar to the comprehension he had in Evil Wind Valley. At this moment, he felt that no matter what martial technique he practiced, he would be able to make a breakthrough immediately. This feeling was very miraculous. It could only be sensed but not described. It should be a strange effect brought about by the flowing light flower. Xiao Qin felt that the duration of this state was decreasing rapidly. After a period of time, it would definitely disappear. Xiao Qin's thoughts raced. This opportunity would not come again. What he needed to consider now was which martial technique he should upgrade in this limited time. Rushing Thunder Chop? No way! I have already comprehended the Rushing Thunder Chop to a very high level. Furthermore, I am very familiar with it. Even if I do not have this opportunity, a breakthrough in the future is just around the corner. Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art? No way, this is a movement technique. I have already practiced it to small perfection. If I want to raise it to medial perfection, I will have to rely on my own cultivation. After I become a martial saint, I should be able to reach medial perfection. Battle Sage Origins, changing character formula? No way. This cultivation technique is too strange. Until now, I have only comprehended a small portion of it. I should need a fortuitous encounter to make a breakthrough. If I use this opportunity on this, it would be too unfortunate if I fail. Sword technique, flight on wings? This is even worse. This is a martial technique imitated by the changing character formula. I have not practiced it before. It is not worth it. Time was tight. Xiao Qin thought about it, but he did not know how to make a decision. Suddenly, he thought of a martial technique. Great Dragon Tiger Fist. He revealed a smile and said, I will practice the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. I have no idea what the second move, Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon, is. Furthermore, this cultivation technique has great potential. If I can make use of this opportunity to comprehend it, my combat prowess will immediately increase. After he made up his mind, Shao Qin stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground with the scabbard. He circulated his energy and got into a stance, starting to practice the great dragon tiger fist. A ferocious tiger image appeared behind Shao Qin. His entire body was like a ferocious tiger. His chi and blood burned, the king of beasts descending. The king's aura of 100 beasts surged out into the surroundings from Shao Qin's body. Shao Qin let out a long roar. It was deafening like rolling thunder. A small tree in the courtyard broke, with a cassier sound from this roar. Ferocious tiger, leaving the mountains. Shao Qin bent his body and took a heavy step forward with his right foot. His entire body flew forward and punched out ferociously. The tiger image behind him let out another long roar. Shao Qin felt an explosive force in his right hand. When he punched the air, it gave off a resounding explosion. The air was blasted apart by this punch, and ripples spread out. Dust particles that could not be seen by the naked eye kept exploding in the air. Shao Qin rejoiced in his heart. I did not expect that under such a wondrous state, the might of my ferocious tiger leaving the mountains punch would increase significantly. After this punch, Shao Qin circulated his energy for the next crouching tiger, hidden dragon fist. Immediately, some strange information appeared in his mind. It was unknown where this information came from, but it suddenly imprinted itself in Shao Qin's mind. It was all an explanation of the crouching tiger hidden dragon. Shao Qin closed his eyes and did his best to absorb this information. After a while, he opened his eyes. A strange light flashed in his unchanging eyes. So, this was the meaning of the crouching tiger hidden dragon. The second move of the great dragon tiger fist was not used for offense. Instead, it was an extremely strong and firm defensive move. It required the practitioner to materialize the aura of a dragon and tiger. With the dragon and tiger on the body, one's aura would be withdrawn and would not be able to unleash it. With the strength of the dragon and tiger, one would be able to withstand the 5 mountains, and rivers. At the same time, it would store up energy for the next move, the dragon hissing tiger roar. If Shao Qin did not practice this move to great perfection, he would never be able to practice the next move. His left hand turned into a dragon, piercing through the sky. His right hand turned into a tiger. 100 beasts surged. With the dragon and tiger on the body, the mountains and rivers did not fear. Shao Qin's heart was clear. Relying on this wondrous state, he materialized the aura of a dragon and tiger on his arms. His entire person became extremely calm. The surrounding air seemed to condense without any fluctuations. Chapter 211. Kill. Shao Qin stomped heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. He crossed his arms in front of him. Instantly, a tiger and a dragon intersected, merging with Shao Qin's body. A faint golden glow appeared on his body. A tiger and a dragon moved around the surface of his body. Shao Qin withdrew his aura, waiting to unleash it. A horrifying force was accumulating. Shao Qin felt all the muscles in his body swell up. There was a strong force that seemed like it would gush out at any moment. However, this horrifying force was not unleashed in the end. It slowly disappeared. Shao Qin knew why he had not successfully executed the dragon, hissing tiger roar in this wondrous state. It was because this great dragon tiger fist used the dragon and tiger body sculpting art as its foundation. If he had not cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the 4th layer, the dragon roar piercing the heavens, he would not be able to materialize the true might of the azure dragon. In order to balance the might of the azure dragon, the ferocious tiger could only lower its own aura. Thus, the crouching tiger hidden dragon would not be able to reach great perfection. Shua! After Shao Qin executed the crouching tiger hidden dragon, that wondrous state immediately disappeared. He thought to himself, what a pity. If I had cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the 4th layer, I would not have been able to do so. If I had cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the 4th layer, I might have been able to completely comprehend the great dragon-tiger fist in one go. Although the state disappeared, the comprehension ability that the flowing light flower gave him did not decrease. It would accompany Shao Chen for the rest of his life, giving him boundless benefits. Shao Chen plucked another flowing light flower petal and released Bai from the spirit blood jade. At this moment, Bai had already sobered up. It looked angrily at Shao Chen, blaming Shao Chen for locking it up. Shao Chen took out a golden petal and wanted to give it to Bai to eat, who knew that the little fellow would ignore him no matter what he said, as though it was really angry. "Don't be angry, little fellow. Here's something good to eat. After you eat it, I will not lock you up again." Shao Chen was like a wolf grandmother tempting it with a smile. Bai lay on the ground and pretended not to hear what Shao Chen said. Shao Chen smiled helplessly. This fellow really couldn't do anything about it. For the sake of this flowing light marigold flower, the scarlet-crowned snake had waited bitterly for God knows how many years. On the other hand, the flowing light flower had a much stronger effect on spirit beasts than on humans. Under certain circumstances, it could even allow spirit beasts to transform in advance. Therefore, the flowing light flower must be given to Bai. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. Shao Chen walked over and called out a few more times. The little guy just lay on the ground and pretended to be dead, ignoring him. When Shao Chen saw the situation, he could only use his trump card. He took out a bottle of Liushang Pavilion's wine from his universe ring. Squatting on the ground, Zhang Xian opened the bottle cap and shook it a few times. A rich aroma of wine immediately drifted out. Boom! A white figure flashed before Shao Chen's eyes. It was like a white specter. Strangely, it could not move at all. It pounced towards the wine bottle in Shao Chen's hand. Fortunately, Shao Chen was prepared. With a schwa sound, he switched the wine bottle to his other hand. Otherwise, it might really be snatched away by Bai's sudden leap. "You have really become a little drunkard. Eat this flower petal first, then I will give you the wine. Otherwise, there is no way," Shao Chen said as he patted Bai's head. Bai looked at Shao Chen with a wronged expression. Its cute eyes were misty. It looked very pitiful. It stood up straight and used its white claws to hook onto the wine bottle in Shao Chen's hand. When Shao Chen saw how pitiful it was, his heart softened. He said, "I'm afraid of you. You are really a little ancestor. I can't hate you or scold you. I even have to provide you with good food and drinks." Bai gulped down a big mouthful of wine. Its little face revealed a blush. Then it suddenly snatched away the flowing light flower petal in Shao Chen's hand. It made a face at Shao Chen and slipped away. Shao Chen revealed a smile. He used his spiritual sense to chase after it. When he discovered that it had not gone far, he relaxed. After leaving Mo City, Bai had been following him everywhere. There were a few times when they met with danger, and Bai had saved him more than once. Shao Chen had long forgotten his purpose in capturing Bai. Now, in his eyes, Bai was no longer a pet, but his best companion. Although Bai cultivated the mysterious 9 Heavenly Revolution transformation and grew very quickly, its current combat prowess was no weaker than a regular martial saint's. However, Shao Chen had never thought of asking it to help him in battle. There were a few times when Bai wanted to run out and help him. However, he blocked it in the mixed blood cloud, not letting it out. It was fine as long as it could live happily. If it got injured in battle or got into an accident, it would be too late for regrets. Early the next morning, the first ray of sunlight from the east shone through the window and onto Shao Chen's face. Shao Chen opened his eyes and let out a drawn-out breath. He slowly got up and stretched his body. After a night of cultivation, he was filled with vigor. He was full of energy, qi and spirit. He was filled with energy. After washing up, Shao Chen rushed to the dueling grounds of Qingyun Peak. Lu Riyue had already agreed to teach him listening to the sword and communicating with it. Shao Chen finally had a clear idea of his purpose in coming to the heavenly saber pavilion. He could not help but be filled with anticipation. He quickened his pace. Pooh! Just as Xiao Chen walked out of the courtyard, a white figure leaped out. Its glossy body reflected a faint glow. It nimbly jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder. To Xiao Chen, Xiao Bai's petite body was almost negligible. It did not put any pressure on him at all when it sat on his shoulder. Xiao Chen did not know what difference the flowing light flower made to Bai. He was curious. He could not help but gently pull Bai from his shoulder into his embrace and observe it carefully. Bai's eyes flickered with an intelligent glow. When Xiao Chen looked into its eyes, he felt that it was more intelligent than usual. He could see a trace of shyness in the depths of its eyes. Shyness? I must have seen wrongly. It does not make sense for such a human-like gaze to appear in Bai's eyes. Xiao Chen composed himself and looked again. That shyness had already disappeared. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He had indeed seen wrongly. Xiao Chen placed Bai back on his shoulder. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Qingyun Peak's dueling plaza. It was unknown when Lu Riyue had arrived. She was currently guiding Lu Suifeng in martial techniques. The expression on her face was very stern, and there was some disappointment in her eyes. You failed the exam last year. Your bone age is already 19. If you fail again, you will never be able to become a core disciple. Don't go to Jade Maiden Peak for now. I have already helped you apply for leave, Lu Riyue said with a sullen expression. Lu Suifeng said with a bitter expression, that can't be. Sis, I have an appointment with Miss Xinyun in the afternoon. We're going to do a mission together. Dong! Lu Riyue smacked Lu Suifeng's forehead violently. You are useless. She is already a core disciple of Jade Maiden Peak. She might even be a true inheritor. Look at you. You are still acting like trash. In this Tianwu continent, if you do not have strong strength, how can you protect the people you love? You are not even as strong as a girl, and you still have the cheek to chase after her. I feel ashamed for you. Lu Suifeng rubbed his head and said, Sis, you can't say that. Then wouldn't a strong and ferocious woman like you have to spend the rest of your life alone? You are asking for a beating. Lu Suifeng nimbly dodged to the side and continued, Haha, sis, I am not wrong. Look at the great Qin nation, which man can defeat you? It would be difficult to find one. You still dare to talk back. You will stay in Qingyun Peak until the end of the month. Lu Riyue glared at Lu Suifeng and said fiercely. When she heard Xiao Chen's footsteps, Lu Riyue could not be bothered with Lu Suifeng. When Lu Riyue saw Bai on Xiao Chen's shoulder, her eyes lit up. She quickly walked over and felt it was strange. She said, This little fellow, why does it seem like he has more spiritual energy than yesterday? Xiao Bai seemed to understand Lu Riyue's words. A happy expression appeared on her face as she blinked at Lu Riyue a few times. After a while, he cheered and jumped down energetically. He grabbed onto Xiao Chen's leg and shook it continuously. Xiao Chen knew what it meant. He took out a bottle of wine from the universe ring. Bai held the wine and immediately ran to the side happily. Lu Riyue revealed a rare warm smile on her face. She said, This little fellow will be fine after drinking too much, right? Xiao Chen joked, Let him be. He is fine after drinking a little. As long as he doesn't go crazy, he will be fine. Lu Riyue withdrew her smile. She did not forget what she was here for today. She said, Come with me. Knowing what Lu Riyue was going to teach him, Xiao Chen felt excited in his heart. He quickly followed. Lu Riyue brought Xiao Chen to a weapon rack and stopped. There were all sorts of sabers on the weapon rack. Lu Riyue drew the small saber in her hand with a huang-dang sound. The entire weapon rack could not help but shake. All the sabers on the weapon rack flew into the air with a cassier sound. Dang! Dang! Lu Riyue shouted softly, and all the sabers stabbed into the ground 2 meters deep. They were incomparably neat and densely packed around the two of them. There were at least 500 weapons around them. Xiao Qin was startled. This gentle and quiet communicating with spirit was truly impressive. When fighting with others, if one could control their opponent's weapon, they would already have won half the battle. Before the battle even started, they would already be halfway to victory. After losing their weapons, unless they were people who practiced close combat, their combat prowess would be greatly reduced. Lu Ruyue stood across from Xiao Qin. She had a calm expression on her face as she sheathed her saber. She said indifferently, "Listening to the sword and communicating with spirit is split into 4 realms. From the lowest to the highest, they are listening to the sword, controlling the sword, sword heart, and communicating with the spirit. Up until now, I have only reached the stage of controlling the sword. The technique I just executed is what I can achieve after I reach great perfection in controlling the sword." Xiao Qin listened carefully. When he saw Lu Ruyue stop, he asked, "Actually, I have a question. Why is listening to the sword and communicating with spirit called listening to the sword and not listening to the saber and communicating with spirit? Why is it known for the sword?" Lu Ruyue explained, "The saber did not exist in the beginning. A long time ago, there was only one type of weapon in the continent, the sword. There were all sorts of swords. The saber was derived from the shape of the sword. Listening to the sword and communicating with spirit was originally a state of the sword. This state could be applied to the saber. After people got used to it, they were too lazy to change it." Chapter 212. So, there was such a principle. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Qin. However, did this prove that the sword was the most orthodox of all weapons? Lu Ruyue continued, "There are many states in the sword that cannot be applied to the saber. Of course, there are many unique states in saber techniques. However, these are too far away for us. There is no need to consider them for now. There were other states in the saber." This was the first time Xiao Qin heard of this. However, what Lu Ruyue said was right. He did not even have a clue about listening to the sword and communicating with it. Thinking about his own state was indeed too far away. Xiao Qin nodded and said, "I understand the principle behind this. Elder Sister Ruyue, let's begin. How do I enter the first state?" Lu Ruyue smiled somewhat helplessly. She looked very charming as she said, "Actually, I do not know how to enter it either. Back then, when I was practicing with the saber, I entered that state. Such experience will not be of much help to you. That is why, when you suggested teaching you listening to the sword and communicating with it, I had no way of teaching you. These days, I have been thinking about how to teach you, how to let you learn listening to the sword and communicating with it." Xiao Qin felt depressed in his heart. After spending so much effort, could it be that in the end, she would just say that she comprehended it on her own? That would be as good as not having it at all. Fortunately, Lu Ruyue's next words dispelled his suspicions. This allowed him to not feel too depressed. Since ancient times, states have always been comprehended by oneself. There has never been a precedent of someone trying to achieve it with the help of others. I have thought of some methods, but I am not very confident. You have to be mentally prepared." Xiao Qin smiled faintly. "It does not matter. Having little confidence is better than having no confidence at all. It is better to do it. If it is not possible, I will not force it." Lu Ruyue heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "In that case, I can rest assured. The girl in the lunar shadow saber should be very important to you. Otherwise, you would not be willing to delay your cultivation to wake her up." Ao Jiao's appearance appeared in Xiao Qin's mind. He remembered the promise he made to the Thunder King. Xiao Qin said very seriously, "It is very important, very important. Elder Sister Ruyue, you woke her up previously. Can this method still be used?" The last time they fought against Song Ke, Lu Ruyue had successfully awakened Ao Jiao. If she really had a way to completely make Ao Jiao fantasize, then Xiao Qin would not have to worry about it. Lu Ruyue smiled and said, "That won't do. After all, that is not my saber. Furthermore, I only managed to achieve this effect after I forcefully used spirit communication. If you want to truly awaken it, you will have to rely on yourself. In the training field of Qingyun Peak, Xiao Qin sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He did not use any essence and just sat there quietly. His mind was blank and he did not think about anything. Around him, 500 long sabers were inserted into the ground in a circle around him. Faintly, a faint light was flickering on each of the long sabers. From time to time, they would spit out a cold glint. When one blinked, an illusion of 10,000 horses galloping and 1,000 soldiers roaring appeared in their minds. It was very majestic, as though it was happening right before their eyes. These 500 sabers all had their own origins. The lunar shadow saber, still in its scabbard, lay quietly beside Xiao Qin. Among the 500 sabers, it looked very ordinary, not eye-catching at all. Lu Rue stood quietly at the side and looked at Xiao Qin, who was sitting cross-legged. She revealed a gentle smile and muttered to herself, "I hope it will be of some use." "Sis, can you comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it by stabbing 500 broken sabers into the ground and letting your imagination run wild? I think it is very mysterious," Lu Suifeng said as he ran behind Lu Rue at some point in time. Lu Rue's expression was as calm as water. There were no fluctuations in her expression. She said indifferently, "Broken sabers? Go and find 500 of these broken sabers for me to take a look. Every saber here was obtained from the ancient saber formation. Although they are not of high rank, they have existed for more than 10,000 years and possess a trace of Tao. You actually call them broken sabers? I can't be bothered to say anything more." The full name of the saber formation in Saber City was the Ancient Absolute Saber Formation. It had existed since the ancient era and had operated for more than 10,000 years. Even now, there were no signs of its might weakening. No one knew the origins of the saber formation. In the past hundreds and thousands of years, no one had entered the center of the saber formation to see what was supporting the operation of the ancient absolute saber formation. What made the saber formation famous was that as long as one could escape unscathed from the saber formation, they would be able to obtain a treasured saber. The longer one lasted in the saber formation, the more valuable the treasured saber would be. However, the saber formation was very dangerous. It was already very difficult for a martial saint to last for an hour. Even someone as strong as a martial monarch would not last more than half a day. If one wanted to obtain a treasured saber with a trace of Tao that had existed for more than 10,000 years, the chances were very small. It was clear how difficult it was for Lu Rue to obtain 500 of such treasured sabers in one go. Lu Suifeng revealed an astonished expression. "Sis, 500 of such sabers. You probably moved half of the stock in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. How did you do it?" Lu Rue said softly, "Lu Qin owes me a favor. Coincidentally, his old man is in charge of these tools, so I borrowed them. After all, I have to return them after using them." So he agreed. Lu Suifeng's expression was exaggerated. He pretended to be hurt as he said, "Sis, I am starting to suspect if you are my biological sister. Why don't I receive such treatment? This is too hurtful." Lu Rue looked at Lu Suifeng resentfully. She said, "Before you were 13 years old, did I not put in enough effort on you? I laid such a good foundation for you. Now you have wasted it all. You still have the cheek to say that?" Lu Suifeng laughed out loud. "Sis, I discovered that you are not calm, like you are hiding something. Have you fallen in love? Actually, I can help you matchmake. Look at Brother Yi. His future is boundless. He will not have any problems with the core disciple exam this time. Furthermore, he is already a superior grade martial grandmaster at the age of 16. His cultivation talent is not much weaker than yours. He is completely worthy of you. The most important thing is that Brother Yi does not seem to have anyone he likes. You can take advantage of this and bang! Before Lu Suifeng could finish jabbering on, he heard a gust of wind. A slender leg appeared in front of him and kicked him heavily in the chest. There was a loud boom, and his body flew back rapidly like a sandbag. He cried out in pain in the air. He flew far away and crashed into the wall of the dueling grounds before falling to the ground. Lu Suifeng got up and felt his entire body aching. He could not help but groan in pain. This is really not an ordinary kind of pain. Ha ha! However, it seems like the result is good. There is hope, ha ha! When the somewhat drunk Bai saw Lu Suifeng suddenly land beside him, his face turned red. He cried out excitedly and sent out a palm strike. Hoo! A huge shockwave was created. The shockwave turned into a violent gale, sweeping Lu Suifeng's body into the air. When the gale returned, Lu Suifeng's body landed heavily on the ground once again. This time he fell even harder than before. His bones nearly broke. When Lu Suifeng saw the drunk, by crying out with a slightly red face, he was startled. Damn! This little thing is getting drunk again. Quickly run. In the days when Xiao Chen was not around, every time Bai got drunk, he would occasionally get drunk. Furthermore, he especially liked to use Lu Suifeng as a target. This had already left a deep impression on him. Because they were afraid of Xiao Chen blaming them, they did not tell Xiao Chen about this. Lu Suifeng circulated his essence and dashed out of the dueling grounds. Bai turned into a white phantom. His speed was much faster than Lu Suifeng's. He cried out and chased after him. Lu Riyue saw all this but did not care. This was not the first time Lu Suifeng had been chased by Bai. Although Bai was mischievous, he would not really injure Lu Suifeng. In Lu Riyue's opinion, this was a good way to train Lu Suifeng's reaction speed and ability to resist attacks. On the other hand, Xiao Chen sat on the ground, focusing his mind on the spiritual pedestal. His mind was clear, and he did not think of anything as he sat there quietly. At the start, when Lu Riyue told him her first method, he felt it was strange, just like Lu Suifeng. However, since he chose to believe in Lu Riyue, he had to keep believing in her. He had to open his heart and trust her unreservedly. After an unknown amount of time, the world in front of Xiao Chen suddenly changed. He discovered he was in a pitch-black space. There was nothing around him. His surroundings were completely silent. There was no sound at all. Huang dang dang. The 500 sabers on the ground suddenly started shaking nonstop. The shaking became more and more intense. The entire dueling grounds trembled slightly. Lu Riyue revealed an extremely joyful expression. She looked at Xiao Chen on the ground and said, "The ancient saber intents have merged into one. Now, it is up to you whether you can catch them or not. Do not disappoint me." The pitch-black space was like the galaxy outside. It was filled with boundless darkness. Suddenly, 10,000 spots of light appeared. It was like 10,000 lanterns slowly lighting up. In the dazzling space, it was extremely beautiful. Xiao Chen was startled as he said, "What is this? Where exactly is this place? Wasn't I in Qingyin Peak's dueling grounds? How did I end up here?" Shua, shua. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling suspicious, the 10,000 spots of light filled the sky and flew over. When they got close, Xiao Chen discovered that these spots of light were actually sabers glowing with light. Hu-chi, hu-chi. Countless sabers glowed with light as they flew around in front of Xiao Chen. They had long flaming tails behind them. In this pitch-black space, they displayed a different kind of splendor. Faster, faster, faster. An urgent voice kept ringing in Xiao Chen's heart, urging him to hurry up. It was urging him to find a saber that belonged to him in this space. Who? A saber quickly flew towards Xiao Chen like a meteor. Xiao Chen was startled. If he was struck by this saber, he would die on the spot. He quickly dodged to the side. Shua, shua. A few more sabers continuously flew at Xiao Chen. They were as fast as meteors. Xiao Chen felt very anxious. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and moved around continuously in this pitch-black space. Chapter 213. However, the more he dodged, the more sabers flew at him from the sky. In the end, it became very strenuous for him. Wounds of varying depths started to appear on his body, and blood dripped down. What exactly is this? Lu Suifeng, elder sister Ryue, can you hear me? Xiao Chen shouted anxiously. However, aside from the whistling of saber lights, there was nothing else in this space. Quick! Quick! Find your saber! Find your saber! That urgent voice resounded in Xiao Chen's heart once again. It was like 10,000 horses galloping, 1,000 soldiers crossing the border. Urgent! 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 Xiao Chen looked around. Aside from saber lights, there were only saber lights. Where was his saber? He tried calling out to the universe, ring in his hand, a few times, but he could not open it. His saber was not here at all. Damn it! Where exactly is this place? Xiao Chen roared and stopped dodging. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated rapidly. The bones in his body crackled as he executed the great dragon tiger fist continuously. The saber lights flying at him were shattered by the force of 6,000 kilograms of force. They turned into motes of starlight and disappeared into the boundless void. However, these saber lights seemed to be boundless. They were uncountable. No matter how many he shattered, there were still millions of saber lights flying at him. The dueling grounds of Qingyin Peak trembled continuously. Xiao Chen, who was sitting on the ground, frowned. His forehead was covered in sweat and his eyes were tightly shut. He revealed a pained expression, as though he was in a nightmare. Lu Ryue's expression turned grave. She muttered, "Am I too anxious? Yi Qin, you can do it. Once you find your saber, you can come out. You can definitely do it." Lu Ryue intertwined her hands together, twisting them continuously. Unknowingly, her hands had already turned purple. However, Lu Ryue did not notice it. It was clear that she was feeling very conflicted. "Elder sister, what's wrong?" The commotion in the training grounds was too big. When Lu Suifeng, who had been chased out by Bai, saw the commotion, he immediately rushed back. When Bai, who was following behind Lu Suifeng, saw the pained expression on Xiao Chen's face, he seemed to be able to feel the anxiety in Xiao Chen's heart. His drunken state immediately disappeared. With a low roar, he turned into a white phantom and pounced toward Xiao Chen, who was surrounded by the ancient treasured saber. However, just as he pounced forward, a horrifying shockwave rose from the 500 sabers and sent Bai flying. He landed heavily on the ground and bounced a long distance. Ayo! Bai's cute face suddenly revealed an extremely ferocious expression. Its black eyes turned blood red. It let out a long roar, and a monstrous aura spread out from its small body. Lu Ryue pushed off with her feet and teleported behind Bai. Her palm turned into a saber and struck Bai's neck, knocking it out before it went berserk. Rumble! On the spacious martial arts field, a strong wind blew. The bright space became dim and the ground trembled even more violently. The 500 sabers fluttered and flickered nonstop. The clanging of the sabers reverberated in the training grounds. Lu Suifeng did not understand what was going on. He became even more anxious. "Elder sister, what is going on? What is going on?" Lu Ryue gently hugged the unconscious Bai and said, "I used these 500 sabers and the magic crystal stones under the training grounds to merge the ancient saber intent into a small ancient absolute saber formation." Lu Suifeng turned pale with fright. Ancient absolute saber formation. Yi Qin is at the center of the formation. Will he be fine? Lu Ryue's charming face was calm as she said, "Compared to the true ancient absolute saber formation, the might of this formation is much weaker. If you want to forcefully obtain the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, you have to take some risks. It is impossible. However, you should have told him in advance. He was not mentally prepared at all. I was afraid he would not be able to walk out of it. The worry on Lu Suifeng's face did not lessen. Lu Rue said unhurriedly, "There are some things that are meaningless if you know them in advance. As long as he can find his own saber, this ancient absolute saber formation will break on its own. At that time he will forcefully comprehend the first state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, listening to the sword." Boundless saber lights shot out in all directions in the dark space. Xiao Chen's body was like a tiger and a dragon. He relied on the huge strength of his physical body to shatter the sabers flying at him. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions rang out incessantly, reverberating in this boundless darkness. Although he would be fine for the time being, Xiao Chen became increasingly anxious. No matter how ferocious his strength was, there would come a time when it would run out. At that time, 10,000 sabers would pierce his heart and he would have no chance of surviving. Quick, quick, draw your saber. Draw your saber. The anxious voice rang out incessantly again, lingering in Xiao Chen's ears. Bastard, you only know how to shout. You are barehanded. Where did the saber come from? There is no reaction from the universe ring. Even if you shout 10,000 times, the saber will not come out. Xiao Chen could not help but curse loudly. However, no one answered his question. That anxious voice continued to ring out incessantly. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Chen did his best to calm his emotions. At this moment of life and death, his mind slowly cleared up. It seemed like ever since he entered this world, he had been in a state of anxiety, disrupting his normal thinking. Xiao Chen would not normally be this anxious. There was only one reason for this. It was the voice ringing out incessantly in his heart. That anxious figure, which was like 10,000 galloping horses, caused Xiao Chen's heart to be filled with anxiety, disrupting his thinking. If Xiao Chen wanted to leave this strange space and resolve this crisis, there was only one way. He had to find out where the voice was coming from and draw the saber it spoke of. Quick, quick, draw your saber. The anxious voice rang out again like a demonic voice. Xiao Chen focused and did his best to maintain a clear mind, not getting infected by the frenzy in the voice. So that's how it is. After a while, Xiao Chen understood. He revealed a calm smile on his face. Where the saber is, the voice will be. Where the saber is, the voice will be. In other words, where the voice is, the saber will be. A look of determination flashed on Xiao Chen's face. Where the voice is, isn't the voice in my heart. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Xiao Chen shouted and materialized the might of a tiger and dragon. He crossed his arms in front of him. With the tiger and dragon in his body, he could instantly block the force of tens of thousands of kilograms, fearless of mountains and rivers. Dang! 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 The countless saber lights flying at him were blocked by a barrier of light. They trembled continuously. Xiao Chen pushed his arms forward and blocked all the saber lights. Pu Ci. Taking advantage of the fact that the saber lights could not reach him for a short period of time, Xiao Chen stabbed his 5 fingers into his heart like a sharp knife. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain, flowing out continuously. Since that anxious voice came from his heart, naturally the saber was in his heart as well. This place was definitely not a normal space. He should be in a mental illusion somewhere. However, even if it was a mental illusion, if one died, there was a high chance that one's real body would die as well. However, Xiao Chen had no other choice but to take a gamble. Who? Suddenly, a resplendent light came out from his chest. The pained expression on Xiao Chen's face eased significantly. Then he slowly withdrew his right hand. A girl made of light followed Xiao Chen's right hand and slowly flew out from his chest. When the girl's body completely left, the wound on Xiao Chen's chest quickly healed. Is this the saber hidden in my heart? Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the girl's appearance. He revealed an astonished expression. Qingyun Peak, Dueling Grounds. Within the saber formation, the lunar shadow saber that Xiao Chen placed beside him suddenly trembled nonstop. With a huang-dang sound, it automatically came out of its scabbard and danced in the air. The instant the lunar shadow saber was drawn, the entire miniature, ancient, absolute saber formation stopped trembling. Shua! Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, grabbing the lunar shadow saber that was dancing nonstop. Xiao Chen had a solemn expression as he grasped the saber hilt with his right hand. He held the index and middle fingers of his left hand together and slowly slid them from the bottom of the lunar shadow saber to the tip. As Xiao Chen's fingers slid across the saber lit up with a resplendent light. When his fingers slid across the tip of the light on the saber was already very resplendent and dazzling. After the light faded, the pitch-black lunar shadow saber turned completely white. The saber flickered with a cold light. It was even sharper than before. When Xiao Chen felt the energy in the lunar shadow saber, he revealed a smile. He said, "The seal is finally broken a little. The lunar shadow saber is now a superior grade, profound, ranked spirit weapon. It has officially advanced to an inferior grade earth ranked spirit weapon." When Lu Riyue saw the lunar shadow saber transform successfully, her anxious face finally relaxed. She gently released Bai from her embrace. Wang, Wang, Wang. The frenzied shaking of the dueling grounds finally stopped. The 500 ancient treasured sabers containing Daos on the ground all left the ground and returned to their scabbards. Xiao Chen slowly landed on the ground. He stretched out his hand and the scabbard flew into his grasp. He sheathed his saber and revealed a faint smile on his face as he walked over to Lu Riyue. "Did you find the saber? Can you feel the saber's breathing and pulse?" Lu Riyue asked Xiao Chen softly. Xiao Chen shook his head and said helplessly, "I did find it, but I did not feel anything special. The lunar shadow saber is different from what I imagined." In that pitch-black space, just as Xiao Chen was about to see the appearance of the girl, she suddenly turned into countless figures of light. The entire space disappeared and he returned to reality. Lu Riyue revealed a doubtful expression. She could not understand. She said, "I clearly found my saber in that space, but why did I not enter the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it?" Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "Maybe the method is wrong. I will try another method tomorrow." "That's all we can do." Lu Riyue nodded before saying, "That's right, there is still half a month before the core disciple exam begins. You can go and make some preparations. Use your contribution points to exchange for martial techniques in Qingyun Peak's library. Tomorrow I will get Sui Feng to bring you to the library. You should go back and rest first. At the same time, think about what martial techniques you want to exchange for." Chapter 214. Xiao Chen nodded and carried the unconscious Bai into his embrace. He asked, "What's wrong with Bai?" Lu Sui Feng said, "It wanted to go berserk to save you, but my sis knocked it out first." Regardless of whether it was a cultivator or a spirit beast, going berserk would have a huge repercussions. This was especially so for Bai, which was still in its infancy state. The repercussions from going berserk would be even stronger. "That's right, Brother Yi. You should make Bai drink less in the future," Lu Suifeng said gravely when he thought about how Bai had chased him all over the mountain. Xiao Chen felt suspicious and asked, "Why?" This is a little complicated to explain. Actually, that Lu Suifeng spoke incoherently for a long time, but he was still too embarrassed to say that Bai had chased him all over the place. It was night, the waning moon hung high in the sky, and the stars were dim. Xiao Chen stood in his own courtyard, holding the lunar shadow saber in his right hand. He held 2 fingers on his left hand and moved them around the saber. The light on the snow-white saber became increasingly resplendent. As the friction intensified, the essence in Xiao Chen's body was driven, pouring into the saber in an endless stream. In the next moment, streams of sharp saber qi spewed out from the saber, dancing wildly in the air. These saber qi were different from the saber qi of a regular cultivator. The sharp saber qi contained the power of thunder. Electricity danced along with the saber qi, filling the entire sky of the courtyard. Xiao Chen released his fingers, and the saber qi in the air instantly disappeared. After the electricity flickered for a while, it also disappeared without a trace. After coming out from that pitch-black space, although Xiao Chen did not comprehend the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, he seemed to have comprehended another unknown state. This allowed him to unleash saber qi with electricity at the martial Grand Master realm. The might of this saber qi was even stronger than the saber qi of some inferior grade martial saints. Furthermore, its potential was far from being developed. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the snow-white lunar shadow saber in his hand. He was filled with doubts. This was the first time he realized that he could not understand this saber at all. Everything in that pitch-black space was very strange. After that, Xiao Chen learned from Lu Riyue that it was a spiritual space formed by the ancient saber intent. It could trigger the saber intent hidden in the depths of a cultivator's heart. After Xiao Chen understood this, he became even more confused. The saber intent of the lunar shadow saber was actually that of an unfamiliar girl. Although he did not see her appearance clearly, Xiao Chen was sure that it was not Ao Jiao. The next morning, sunlight shone through the window onto Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and woke up from his cultivation. When he walked out of the courtyard, he saw Lu Suifeng waiting for him. "Suifeng, sorry to keep you waiting." Xiao Chen greeted. Lu Suifeng smiled gently. "It's fine, I just arrived as well. I did not wait for long. Let's go. I'll bring you to the library." The two of them chatted happily as they walked to the top of the mountain. Along the way, Bai appeared out of nowhere and jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder, startling Lu Suifeng. "What's wrong?" Xiao Chen asked when he saw Lu Suifeng's shocked expression. Lu Suifeng smiled awkwardly. "Nothing. Let's continue on our way." "That's right. How many contribution points do you have? What martial technique do you intend to exchange for?" Xiao Chen had already thought of what martial technique to exchange for. He did not need a cultivation technique for now. Although he was not clear on the rank of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, based on Xiao Chen's slow cultivation speed, he knew that this Purple Thunder Divine Incantation would be sufficient for him to cultivate for a long time. He also did not need a fist technique or a movement technique. Thinking about it, Qingyun Peak did not have any martial techniques that surpassed the Great Dragon Tiger Fist and the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. There was no need to consider them. The only thing Xiao Chen lacked was a good saber technique. After Xiao Chen's improvements, the Rushing Thunder Saber technique had already reached the inferior grade Earth ranked. However, it was too straightforward. There was no room for maneuver. If he met 1 or 2 enemies, it would be fine. However, if he met a group of enemies with similar cultivation realms, it would be very difficult to deal with them. He could only use the changing character formula to simulate a martial technique. However, the changing character formula could simulate a martial technique. Before he made a breakthrough in his Battle Sage origins, the martial techniques that he copied would be very different from the martial techniques that he cultivated. Thus, Xiao Chen urgently needed a saber technique. It would be best if it was an Earth-ranked 1 or above. Profound-ranked and Yellow-ranked ones were useless. They were just a waste of time. There was no need to consider it. However, he did not know if Qingyun Peak had any martial techniques above Earth-ranked. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen asked, "There are martial techniques above Earth ranked in Qingyun Peak's library?" I have 1,000 contribution points. Is that enough? A cocky smile appeared on Lu Suifeng's handsome face. He said, if you were in the other peaks, you would have to go through a lot of trouble to obtain an Earth-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, it would require a lot of contribution points. There would be very few Earth-ranked martial techniques to choose from. However, this is not a problem in Qingyun Peak. Qingyun Peak was once the top peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Among the 7 peaks, it has the most complete martial techniques. There are 15 Earth-ranked martial techniques, second only to the main hall's library. In a situation where Heaven-ranked martial techniques did not appear, Earth-ranked martial techniques were already the peak martial techniques in the continent. Any large clan that possessed an Earth-ranked martial technique would be able to prosper for several hundred years. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was truly worthy of being a great sect with 10,000 years of inheritance. Just a random peak already had 15 Earth-ranked martial techniques. Their accumulations were truly shocking. I only have 1,000 contribution points. Is that enough? Xiao Qin asked worriedly. After all, this was the first time he was using contribution points to exchange for a martial technique. He did not know how much contribution points were worth. Lu Suifeng blushed with shame. Can you not use such a tone? What do you mean by I only have 1,000 contribution points? You speak as though 1,000 contribution points are nothing. How can I, a person who cannot even earn 500 contribution points in half a year, endure this? Xiao Chun smiled faintly. I don't understand this. Just tell me if I can exchange for it or not. I can tell you with certainty that I can. You're not really going to exchange for it. You are just borrowing a handwritten copy. It is more than enough. There is no need to worry, Lu Suifeng said seriously. Hearing this, Xiao Qin relaxed. If that was the case, he had underestimated the purchasing power of contribution points. Who knows, he might be able to borrow a superior grade Earth-ranked martial technique. The two of them continued towards the top of the mountain. The mountain path was rugged, but with their cultivations, it was like walking on flat ground. They advanced very quickly, and before long, they saw a group of majestic pavilions and terraces. However, there was still a long way to go before they could reach their destination. The distance was not short. Suddenly, Lu Suifeng, who was walking in front, stopped. He asked Xiao Qin, Brother Yi, what do you think of my elder sister? The power of this question was very strong. When Xiao Qin heard this, he was stunned. He stopped moving quickly. Bai, who was on his shoulder, nearly fell off. He glared fiercely at Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng ignored Bai, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He continued to smile and asked, What do you think of my elder sister? Xiao Qin said carefully, This depends on what I am talking about. Your question is too general. Lu Suifeng smiled gently and continued, In that case, I will ask in more detail. Do you think my elder sister is pretty? She is very flirtatious, absolutely beautiful, Xiao Qin said honestly after thinking for a while. Lu Suifeng laughed loudly and continued, What do you think of my elder sister's martial arts? She is very talented, a dragon among men. Then, does my elder sister treat you well? She spent a lot of effort to complete the ancient absolute saber formation yesterday, as well as all the other things in the past. And I have nothing more to say. The smile on Lu Suifeng's face became even wider. He said, Say a girl like her should be someone that people would fight over. She should be a rare resource, right? Xiao Qin continued to nod his head. And that is indeed the case. In that case, how about I introduce my elder sister to you? Xiao Qin's mind buzzed. He thought he heard wrong. He asked doubtfully, What did you say? Say it again. Lu Suifeng laughed. Is it not clear enough? In that case, I will say it slowly. How about you become my brother-in-law? You see, Hu Qi, Bai, who was sitting on Xiao Chen's shoulder, leaped up and landed on top of Lu Suifeng's head. His snow-white claws scratched Lu Suifeng's head continuously. The sudden situation caught Lu Suifeng off guard. His hands kept pulling upwards as he said anxiously, "Don't move. I just did my hair this morning. It hurts, it hurts. Ah." In the end, the more he pulled, the more confused he became. Bai's speed was much faster than his. He could not keep up at all. In the confusion, he suddenly lost his balance and rolled down. Xiao Chun was distracted by Lu Suifeng's question. When he heard Lu Suifeng cry out miserably, he recovered his wits. However, he discovered that it was too late to help. Lu Suifeng had already rolled down far away. However, although the mountain path was rugged, it was not steep. With Lu Suifeng's physique, he would only suffer some superficial wounds at most. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly and turned around to continue walking up. Not long after, a gust of wind blew behind Xiao Chun. Lu Suifeng had Bai on his head. His complexion was pale, and his hair was disheveled. He walked over to Xiao Chun. "Big brother Yi, put away this little ancestor. It is playing with me to death." Bai squatted on Lu Suifeng's head. There was a faint smile on his face. His snow-white hands occasionally patted Lu Suifeng's forehead. His intelligent eyes looked innocently at Xiao Chun. It was very moving. This little fellow did something bad, yet he still put on an innocent and cute appearance. It was impossible to get angry with him. Xiao Chun could only carry him down and place him on the mountain path. Lu Suifeng finally heaved a sigh of relief. He brushed his hair back and continued to say to Xiao Chun, "Brother Yi, what do you think of my earlier words? You answered my earlier questions very quickly. Stop hesitating. Didn't you say that everything about my sister is good? What are you hesitating for? Don't you like her? Just say the word and I will do it for you. I'm leaving." A white figure flew towards Lu Suifeng again. This time, Lu Suifeng was prepared and dodged to the side. When Xiao Chun saw Bai was still messing around, he temporarily placed it in the spirit blood jade. Then he said to Lu Suifeng, "I do like her, but it is not that kind of like. Furthermore, I am not strong enough now. If there is someone I love, I will not be able to protect them. I can only focus on cultivation for now. Brother Lu, let's not talk about this anymore." Chapter 215. Lu Suifeng continued. "This you are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Being together will not affect your cultivation. Instead, you will improve together. There is no need to worry." When Xiao Chun heard this, he smiled. He was truly amused by Lu Suifeng. "All right, you don't have to say any more. I know what you are thinking. You want me to distract your sister so that you can chase after Chu Xinyun in peace." But Xiao Chun withdrew his smile and said seriously, "Your sister is right. In this world where the strong rule, without sufficient strength, you cannot act rashly. You will understand this sooner or later." Lu Suifeng had lived under Lu Riyue's protection since he was young. He probably did not have many opportunities to go down the mountain. He did not understand this world as well as Xiao Chun. If this continued, he would be at a disadvantage sooner or later. However, Xiao Chun was about the same age as him, so he could not say it out loud. He could only shake his head in his heart. When Lu Suifeng saw that his trick was seen through, he laughed awkwardly. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go quickly. We have already wasted a lot of time." After that, the two of them did not say anything. They hurried on their way. Soon, under Lu Suifeng's lead, Xiao Chun arrived at Qingyun Peak's library. More than 10 divine saber camp bladesmen stood on both sides expressionlessly. Even though they had withdrawn their killing qi, when they stood side by side, they still gave off a sense of pressure. Xiao Chun did not expect to meet people from the divine saber camp here. However, when he thought about it, he understood. The place where any sect or faction kept their secret manuals was a forbidden area. For the heavenly saber pavilion to send people from the divine saber camp to guard this place was reasonable. There were probably more hidden guards than the ones in front of him. Xiao Chen did not dare to casually extend out his spiritual sense. He followed behind Lu Suifeng and slowly walked towards the door of the library. After he handed over his identity token, the divine saber camp bladesmen did not say anything and let him in. Behind the door of the library there was a tall wooden table. It was similar to the counter of a restaurant. There was a black-robed old man behind the wooden table. Xiao Qin could not tell what cultivation realm he was at. He sipped tea and focused on reading. The old man felt Xiao Chen's gaze and gently put down the book in his hand. He smiled amiably at Xiao Chen. "Little brother, you are finally here." When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. He did not seem to know this old man. When Lu Suifeng saw the situation, he stepped forward and explained, "This is my first uncle, Lu Qing. He was injured 20 years ago. The ice crystal flower you snatched back then saved my first uncle's life." Xiao Chen understood. So that was the case. He was of the same generation as the previous peak master. That meant that his status was already very high. He did not dare to slight him. He stepped forward and said, "Yi Chun-Greet Sr. In the end, I should be the one bowing to you. If it were not for you, I would have lost my life long ago." Xiao Chen could not figure out Lu Qing's cultivation. Furthermore, he was a senior. How could Xiao Chen dare to accept his bow? He quickly said, "Senior is too serious. It was just a small matter. Suifeng, bring him to the second floor. I will only charge half the contribution points for the secret manuals he chose today." Lu Qing nodded. He was very satisfied with Xiao Chen's humble attitude. Xiao Chen did not expect there to be such a benefit. He quickly thanked Lu Suifeng and followed Lu Suifeng, quickly heading to the second floor of Qingyun Peak's library. The library was split into 2 floors. The first floor was filled with yellow ranked and profound ranked secret manuals. There were no earth ranked secret manuals. The second floor was filled with superior grade, profound, ranked secret manuals. Sha! Sha! When Xiao Chen arrived at the second floor, he heard the sound of pages flipping. It was very quiet on the second floor. Could there be other people here? When Xiao Chen looked carefully, there were indeed many people from the other peaks seriously choosing secret manuals. Lu Suifeng explained, "Don't find it strange. These are the core disciples of the sect. The core disciples have the right to go to the other peaks and choose secret manuals." Xiao Chen nodded and ignored them. After he found out where the secret manuals for saber techniques were kept, he immediately went over and started choosing. There were only 15 Earth-ranked secret manuals in Qingyun Peak's library. Ignoring cultivation techniques, palm techniques, and movement techniques, Xiao Chen only found 3 inferior-grade Earth-ranked saber techniques and 1 medial-grade Earth-ranked saber technique. As for superior-grade Earth-ranked saber techniques, there was not a single one. Medial-grade Earth-ranked saber technique, withered tree saber technique. There was a total of 18 moves. It was comprehended by an almighty senior in front of a 10,000-year-old withered tree. This saber technique was simple and condensed. It was calm and imposing. There were no extravagant or complicated moves. It did not require a high comprehension ability to practice it. However, it was easy to learn but hard to master. The essence of this saber technique required one to comprehend the longevity of the withered tree, enduring silently for 10,000 years. Only then would one be able to practice it to great perfection. Withered tree saber technique. Just from the name, one could tell the style of this saber technique. It was tenacious and heavy. It was a simple saber technique. It was good, but unfortunately it did not suit Xiao Chen's style. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's spirit was not of the wood attribute. It would be difficult for him to reach great perfection. The only medial grade Earth ranked saber technique was not suitable for him. Xiao Qin felt it was unfortunate. Then he looked at the remaining 3 inferior grade earth ranked saber techniques. Mountain splitting saber technique, inferior grade earth ranked saber technique. There was a total of 9 moves. It was large, ferocious, and tyrannical. When practiced to great perfection, it would be easy to split mountains. This was one of the more widespread inferior grade earth ranked saber techniques in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Many people had practiced it before. When Xiao Chun was underground, he had seen Ma Chen use it. Its might was indeed extraordinary. There were no requirements for the attribute of the cultivator's martial spirit. It was a choice. Xiao Chun slowly placed it down. If there were no other choices, he would choose it. Xiao Qin continued looking. The remaining 2 saber techniques were the Wind and Thunder saber technique and the Lingyun saber technique. The Wind and Thunder saber technique was a superior grade, profound, ranked saber technique. However, it had very high requirements for practicing it. One had to have a dual attributed martial spirit to practice it. There were very few people with such a physique. Hence, it was not very popular. Hence, it was demoted to inferior grade, profound ranked. The Lingyun saber technique had a total of 18 moves. It was created by a senior of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion on the highest peak of the Lingyun mountain range. After cultivating it for 100 years, he suddenly comprehended it while looking at the majestic Lingyun mountain range. Unfortunately, this saber technique was not a complete saber technique. Xiao Chen did not know why, but he destroyed the final 3 moves of this saber technique. This resulted in this saber technique, which was originally comparable to a peak superior grade earth ranked saber technique, being demoted to inferior grade earth ranked. Because it was missing the final 3 moves, it was not a complete martial technique. Furthermore, it had very high requirements for comprehension. Hence, like the Wind and Thunder saber technique, very few people practiced it. Of the 4 saber techniques, the Withered Wood saber technique did not match. The Wind and Thunder saber technique had too high requirements. Xiao Chen could only choose from the Mountain splitting saber technique and the Lingyun saber technique. The names of these 2 saber techniques were very interesting. One was named Mountain Splitting, and the other was named Mountain Range. Xiao Chen did not know if the Mountain Splitting saber technique that he practiced to great perfection would be able to split the Lingyun mountain range that he practiced to great perfection. The 2 saber techniques had their own unique points. However, the Lingyun saber technique was on a higher level. However, because it had a higher requirement for comprehension and was missing the final 3 moves, there were not as many people practicing it as there were for the mountain splitting saber technique. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun picked up the Lingyun saber technique. I'll choose this. Although the mountain splitting saber technique is the complete version, there are too many people practicing it in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It is too ordinary. The Lingyun saber technique was more suitable for him. Although it had a higher requirement for comprehension, Xiao Chen lacked a lot of things. However, he lacked comprehension. He was not afraid of not being able to practice this Lingyun saber technique well. Who knew, with his current comprehension, it might even be possible for him to comprehend the final 3 moves by himself. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen started to flip through the Lingyun saber technique. After flipping a few pages, he finished reading the introduction. However, he discovered that there were only blank pages. The meridian circulation routes, the mental cultivation method, the names of the moves, there was nothing. Xiao Chen flipped through the other secret manuals and discovered that they were the same. There were only rough introductions, and the rest were blank pages. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen understood the crux of the matter. Most cultivators had very good memories. If all the cultivation techniques here were completely recorded, they would be able to memorize them in half a day. They could memorize a martial technique in half a day. Furthermore, There were geniuses with photographic memory. They would probably be able to memorize all the martial techniques in the Compendium Pavilion in a day. Given this, the rule of using contribution points to exchange for martial techniques would be useless. It would be more troublesome to obtain the secret manual than he imagined. After putting away the Lingyun's saber technique, Xiao Qin did not see Lu Suifeng. He was not in a rush to return, so he started to wander around the second floor. Xiao Qin started to wander around the bookshelves. Occasionally, he would flip through the various martial techniques. Looking at the introductions was a way to broaden his horizons. In the future, if he met an enemy who practiced this type of martial technique, he would be able to get a rough idea of it. As he wandered around, Xiao Qin discovered a strange martial technique in the corner of a bookshelf. There was a note behind the simplified 9 saber, heavenly exterminating formation. This secret manual was still in the process of being theorized. It was not perfected yet. It was for reference only. 9 saber, heavenly exterminating formation. Isn't that one of the 3 great formations of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Why is it here? Furthermore, it is a simplified version. Xiao Chen's interest was piqued. He quickly picked it up and flipped through it. Unfortunately, it was the same as the other martial techniques. The simplified version of the 9 saber, heavenly exterminating formation only had a rough introduction. The detailed method of operation was not written in it. Yi Qin, have you chosen your martial technique? Lu Suifeng asked as he strolled over from behind. Xiao Qin carefully put away the simplified martial technique. When he saw the secret manual in Lu Suifeng's hands, he could not help but be astonished. The one in your hand seems to be an Earth-ranked secret manual. Lu Suifeng nodded and said, and it is an inferior grade Earth-ranked cultivation technique. This is the contribution points that I earned from working as a caretaker at Jade Maiden Peak for the past half a year. This time, I can use it before the core disciple exam. After the 2 of them spoke, they headed down the stairs. At the top of the stairs, there was a person in his 20s. He was wearing the gray robes of the Gongyu Peak cultivators. He had a rather handsome face, but he gave off a sinister aura. When Lu Suifeng saw this person, his expression changed. He said in surprise, Wang Rong, when did you come back? When Wang Rong saw Lu Suifeng's appearance, he smiled gently. He revealed an expression of disdain. I just came back. After a year, you have not changed at all. No, you have become even weaker than before. Move aside. Wang Rong casually pushed Lu Suifeng's shoulder with his palm. He did not seem to use much strength, but Lu Suifeng's body was pushed back uncontrollably. Chapter 216. Who? Xiao Qin took a step forward and placed his right hand on Lu Suifeng's back, neutralizing the force. Only then did Lu Suifeng slowly stabilize himself. His expression was somewhat unsightly as he thanked Xiao Qin in a soft voice. Wang Rong smiled faintly and revealed a trace of mockery in his eyes. He said, You are even weaker than I thought. You cannot even withstand a single blow. Don't go overboard. Wang Rong, this is Qingyun Peak. Lu Suifeng said angrily. Wang Rong smiled faintly and said, Did I do anything? I was just letting you go. There is no need to use Qingyun Peak's name to suppress me. You are not even a core disciple. You are not worthy. Wang Rong. Xiao Qin repeated this name a few times in his heart. He felt like he had heard this name before. However, he could not recall it and could not be bothered to. Wang Rong snorted coldly and walked past Lu Suifeng. When he reached Xiao Chen's side, he suddenly stopped. He turned his head back and mocked. I forgot. You do not care about the status of a core disciple. After all, you have a powerful elder sister protecting you. No matter how much your ranking falls, you will not be chased off the mountain. When Xiao Chen heard the words ranking, he finally remembered who Wang Rong was. He was a ruthless person ranked 20th in the Hall of Contributions. Xiao Chen had only caught a glimpse of him that day, so he did not have much of an impression of him. He did not immediately remember him. However, Xiao Chen did not know what grudge Lu Suifeng had with this person. It seemed like something serious happened between the two of them. The moment they met, the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Lu Suifeng's complexion turned pale. He clenched his right fist tightly and veins bulged on his forehead. He wanted to say something to refute, but in the end he did not say anything. When Wang Rong saw that Lu Suifeng did not say anything, he felt bored. He snorted coldly and walked forward without turning his head back. Boom! In the quiet pavilion, there was an explosion. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the entire pavilion to tremble. The image of a ferocious tiger merged with Xiao Chen's body. All the bones in his body crackled. There was a loud roar as he punched at Wang Rong's back. The instant the clap of thunder rang out, Wang Rong immediately felt the murderous intent and the terrifying fist wind. Without any time to think, Zhang Xian swiftly turned around, clenched his right hand, and punched out. Bang! Wang Rong felt his arm go numb and extremely sore. His body flew backward, and the qi and blood in his body surged. His figure landed on the second floor. Xiao Chen's punch came without any warning. Furthermore, he did not hold back at all. 6,000 kilograms of force combined with the elementary grade earth ranked fist technique transformed into a ferocious tiger leaving the mountain. In the narrow corridor, Wang Rong did not have a chance to pull out the long saber at his waist. Furthermore, he had underestimated the strength of Xiao Chen's fleshly body. He had charged head-on and suffered a great loss in an instant. Rumble! Wang Rong stomped on the ground ferociously, deflecting Xiao Chen's horrifying force. Instantly, all the bookshelves on the second floor shook nonstop. The secret manuals on the shelves fell to the ground. That is Wang Rong, ranked 20th on the wind cloud list. He spends most of his time cultivating outside. Why is he back? Furthermore, he is fighting with someone. Who is so bold to challenge Wang Rong? In the ranking war last year, Wang Rong's methods were the cruelest. He did not care about being in the same sect. He even killed someone. If it were not for his talent being too high, he would have been chased off the mountain long ago. It must be someone in the top 20 on the wind cloud list. Otherwise, no one would dare to take the initiative to provoke him. Furthermore, he caused such a huge commotion. The quiet second floor immediately became noisy. The people who were choosing secret manuals all came out. When they saw Wang Rong's appearance, they were all incomparably astonished. The so-called wind cloud list was the signboard with golden lacquer on the background of the ranking hall. The competition for the 500 spots was the most intense in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Those who were able to leave their names on it were all geniuses. Outside of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, such a person could become an overlord of an area and shake the world. Hence, this ranking was also known as the Wind Cloud List. Those who were able to enter the top 20 were geniuses among geniuses. They could be called demonic geniuses. Wang Rong was such a demonic genius. Who exactly is fighting with Wang Rong? Everyone was very curious. They all looked towards the staircase. They wanted to know who the person below was and where he got his confidence from. Ta, ta, ta. Xiao Chen slowly walked up. His figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw Xiao Chen's appearance, they did not expect him to be the one challenging Wang Rong. Qingyun peeks Yi Chen. It is actually him. Everyone was astonished. A person who had entered the inner sect less than half a year ago actually challenged Wang Rong, who was in the top 20 of the Wind Cloud list. Wang Rong's face was filled with rage. Just as he was about to draw his saber, he discovered that his right hand was not listening to him. After he checked it, he was startled. Tiny beads of blood flowed out of the pores on his right arm. In a short period of time, there was no chance for his right hand to recover. Wang Rong cursed in his heart. Damn it, he was too careless. Just how much strength did this guy have in his punch? His entire right hand didn't listen to him. Wang Rong was most proficient in saber techniques. He had never trained his physical body before. There was no way for him to gather more essence into his right arm in a short period of time. Hence, he was not a match for Xiao Chen in terms of strength. Bastard! How dare you sneak attack me? I will make you pay the price. Wang Rong's face was filled with rage as he shouted at Xiao Chen. Before Wang Rong returned to the mountain, he had already reached peak inferior grade martial saint. Although he noticed Xiao Chen, he saw that Xiao Chen was only a superior grade martial grandmaster, so he did not care about him at all. He did not expect this person to sneak attack him. Furthermore, his strength was so strong that he was able to cripple his right arm. Yi Chen, don't injure him. You are not a match for him. Lu Suifeng ran over and blocked Xiao Chen. He said, his cultivation is much higher than yours. Even if you suffer now, you will not be able to handle him in the future if he comes looking for trouble with you. When Xiao Chen saw Lu Suifeng's worried expression, he sighed in his heart. He is too naive. Now that I have injured him, a grudge has already been formed. Could it be that if I let him go, Wang Rong will not come looking for trouble with me in the future? Given Wang Rong's character, would he not take revenge? In this world, if one had to be overcautious in everything they did, afraid of this and that living would be too stifling. From the moment Xiao Chen decided to make a move, he did not think too much. This person had insulted his friend in front of him and even made a move to mock him. If there was no chance of victory, Xiao Chen would choose to endure silently. However, now that there was a chance to defeat the other party, if he did not make a move, he would be going against his own conscience. As for revenge in the future, by the time he thought about it, his opponent would already be on the second floor. If he wanted to make a move, there would be no chance. He could only regret it. Xiao Chen had always been a decisive person. Once he decided on something, he would not hesitate to make a move. He would use his lightning-fast strength to defeat his opponent. Do you want to live in the shadow of this person for the rest of your life? Xiao Chen stared at Wang Rong. He did not intend to give up. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was stunned. He had a complicated expression on his face. However, you and I are not a match for him. He is the only person in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who practiced the wind and thunder saber technique to great perfection in the past few years. Dang! 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 A few figures appeared from somewhere. Lu Qing's figure slowly descended. He looked coldly at Wang Rong and said, "Go! Don't appear in Qingyan Peak again." When Wang Rong heard Lu Qing's words, he felt as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. He leaped up a few times and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. He had clearly seen the ruthlessness in Xiao Chen's eyes earlier. Wang Rong, who had wandered around, was very familiar with that gaze. The great bandits he had seen in the past all had the same gaze. They were cold and emotionless, decisive in killing. Wang Rong believed that even if Lu Suifeng were here, he would not be able to stop this person. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Wang Rong would not dare to kill him. However, he would be able to make him bedridden for a few months. I cannot leave such a person alive. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. I have to find an opportunity to kill him after he goes down the mountain. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Rong's eyes as he thought to himself resolutely. Seeing Wang Rong leave, Xiao Chen felt it was a pity. He was very clear on what kind of person Wang Rong was. Originally, he was prepared to injure him and make him bedridden for a few months. However, since Lu Qing had spoken, it was not appropriate for Xiao Chen to make a move. He could only be more careful in the future and guard against Wang Rong's revenge. Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng went down to the first floor and handed the secret manuals they had chosen to Lu Qing. Lu Qing wanted to deal with Lu Suifeng first before receiving the secret manuals that Xiao Chen handed over. When Lu Qing saw the first secret manual, he had a slightly startled expression. He said, "Ling Yun Saber Technique. This is an incomplete Earth-ranked saber technique. Furthermore, it has a high requirement for comprehension ability. Little brother, are you sure you want this?" Xiao Chun nodded. "Senior, there is no need to worry. I made this decision after careful consideration." Seeing that Xiao Chen was so certain, Lu Qing did not try to persuade him. He looked for Xiao Chen and asked for 400 contribution points. After that, Xiao Chen took out the Lingyun Saber Techniques, secret manual, and a jade strip. "Drip a drop of blood on it and repeat after me. Then this secret manual will be yours." Xiao Chen did as he was told. Then he repeated after Xiao Chen, "I, Xiao Chen, swear to my heart demon that I will never teach the Lingyun Saber Technique that I learned to others. If I go back on this oath, I will suffer a backlash from my heart demon. I will break my meridians and die." Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. What a vicious oath! So, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion uses such a method to prevent the secret manuals from being taught to others. I wonder if there will be such an effect if I teach it to others. Regardless of whether it was effective or not, Xiao Chen would not try it easily. That jade strip was a little strange. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the oath came true, there would be no chance for regrets. After Lu Qing swore to his heart demon, he handed the Lingyun Saber Techniques secret manual to Xiao Chen. Then, she received the second secret manual from Xiao Chen and looked at the name of the secret manual. Lu Qing could not help but reveal a smile. "Little friend, why did you choose this? This does not seem to be a martial technique, right?" Xiao Chen nodded, "And I know. I just want to study it. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's 3 great saber formations are famous throughout the world. Who knows? I might be able to comprehend something by analogy." Chapter 217. Lu Qing shook his head and smiled. "If that is the case, then I will have to disappoint you. Although this book is called the simplified version of the 9-saber Heavenly Exterminating Formation, it has nothing to do with it. This book is based on the 9-saber Heavenly Exterminating Formation. Although it is very powerful, it requires 9 cultivators of similar cultivation to cooperate strictly. The requirements are very high, and it only exists in theory. Aside from the person in charge of the formation, the other 8 people need to be like this person's arm. They need to move freely and naturally, without any hesitation or pause. If there is any disharmony, the formation will immediately fail and cause a backlash." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He said, "Old senior, how do you know so clearly?" Lu Qing smiled faintly and said, "I am not talented, but I was the one who wrote this book. So that's how it is. No wonder he is so familiar with it and knows it so clearly." Xiao Chen said, "In that case, I will listen to Senior and not look at this book." Wait a moment. Lu Qing stopped Xiao Chen and handed him a complete, simplified version of the 9-saber Heavenly Exterminating Formation. "It is fine to look at it sometimes. Who knows? You might be able to find a solution in the future." Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. After he received it and thanked Lu Qing, he immediately left the library. Outside the library, Lu Suifeng sat alone on the stone steps. His expression was very lonely. He was probably still thinking about Wang Rong's return. Xiao Chun walked over to his side. He was not sure what kind of grudge Lu Suifeng had with Wang Rong, so he did not know how to console him. Sometimes it was fine to suffer a setback or setback. It was fine as long as one could learn from the humiliation and move forward bravely. However, Xiao Qin did not know if Lu Suifeng could figure it out. If he was unable to recover from this setback, he would only develop a heart demon, and his cultivation would come to a halt. "Brother Yi, did you obtain the secret manual? Let's go down the mountain. Thank you for helping me earlier." When Lu Suifeng heard Yi Chen's footsteps, he got up and forced a smile. Xiao Chun patted his shoulder and said, "We are friends. It is only right for me to help you." On the way down, Lu Suifeng was silent. He was not as happy as he was when he first came up the mountain. The two of them walked down the mountain in silence. Wait. After the two of them walked for a while, a voice suddenly appeared in their minds. They stopped and exchanged glances. They could see a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. Suddenly, Lu Suifeng closed his eyes as though he was communicating with the voice. After a while, he opened his eyes and said to Xiaoqin, "My old man wants you to go to the summit. He wants to see you." Lu Suifeng's father, the previous peak master of Qingyun Peak, the person who controlled the divine weapon and lived at the peak. 2. Xiaoqin was. He actually wanted to. He. Xiaoqin to ask. He Xiaoqin to. He. Saber. Lu. Qin. Xiao. Qin. Qin nodded to. With to with. 2. Xiaoqin nodded. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and dashed on the mountain path. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled a few hundred meters. Lu Suifeng watched as Xiaoqin disappeared. He muttered, "I really don't understand. A few months ago, his strength was about the same as mine. Now I can't see through him at all. He might even be able to fight against Wang Rong." When Lu Suifeng thought of Wang Rong, he revealed an expression of hatred and helplessness. Qingyun Peak was 4,000 or 5,000 meters tall. The higher one went, the steeper the path became. In the end, there was no longer a complete path. There was only a precipitous mountain. Clouds lingered at the top of the mountain. A strong wind blew, making people's clothes flutter. Xiaoqin looked around. The cliff was smooth and there was still a kilometer of height. He could not find a suitable place to borrow strength from. The small perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art was unable to fly. Xiaoqin could only use the gravity spell and fly to the top of the mountain. Using the gravity spell at a height of several thousand meters exhausted a lot of essence. Furthermore, the strong wind blew. This last part of the journey was very slow. Xiaoqin felt like he was ascending to the heavens. He did not know how Lu Suifeng managed to get up there in the past. After making it to the top of the mountain, Xiaoqin landed firmly on the ground. At the top of the mountain, an old man sat cross-legged on a rock. His expression did not change at all. It was like he was one with the rock. Beside the rock was the divine weapon that could destroy the world. It was placed quietly in a wooden box, looking very ordinary. Xiaoqin had always been curious about the old man's identity. He had an uncertain guess. Now that he saw the old man, he sized him up carefully. However, he discovered that the old man was different from the person in his memory. After coming to such a conclusion, for some reason, Xiaoqin heaved a sigh of relief. The old man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoqin. He smiled faintly and said, "I did not expect us to meet again so soon. Successor of the Thunder King, is the scabbard I gave you useful?" When Xiaoqin heard this, he was startled. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He stared at the old man and said, "So it really is you!" The identity of the Thunder King's successor was Xiaoqin's most sensitive identity. When he heard this person mention it again, he quickly placed his right hand on the saber hilt. He gathered his aura and prepared to make a move at any moment. The old man smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to be nervous. If I wanted to harm you, I would not have given you this scabbard that day. Otherwise, the people from the elders' assembly would have sensed the aura of the thunder would soared long ago and killed you on the spot." Although Xiaoqin said that, he did not lower his guard at all. The feeling of having his life in someone else's hands made him very uncomfortable. If Xiaoqin understood the old man in another way, if the old man wanted to harm him, all he had to do was announce Xiaoqin's identity, and he would face a calamity. Xiaoqin said sullenly, "In that case, why did you call me here? It can't be that you just want to meet me, right?" The old man did not answer Xiaoqin's question directly. He said, Although I cannot leave the coiling mountain rock under my feet, everything that happens in the heavenly saber pavilion cannot be hidden from my eyes. Cannot leave the rock I'm sitting on? Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and looked carefully at the rock the old man was sitting on. When he scanned it with his spiritual sense, something that could not be seen with the naked eye appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. On the coiling mountain rock, there were black tentacles wrapped around the old man's body like vines. The tentacles were extremely horrifying. They gave off a black, demonic qi. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and looked again. However, he discovered that everything was normal. He did not see anything. So that was the case. Back then, when Bian Peak's Song K came to kill his way here, the old man was unable to help. The reason was probably these black tentacles. The feeling the tentacles gave Xiao Chen was similar to the Corpse King imprint that appeared in his body before. When the old man felt Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, there was some astonishment in his eyes. What a strong soul energy! It is already as strong as mine. Furthermore, it seems like he is even more proficient in using it than me. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "What you can see is none of my business. I came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as a private person. I only came to learn listening to the sword and communicating with it. I will not cause any trouble in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Senior, please do not mention my identity as the Thunder King's inheritor." The old man's expression did not change. He smiled gently and said, "Nothing in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion can be hidden from my eyes." After saying that, the old man paused for a while. He gave Xiao Chen a deep look before continuing, "This includes everything that happened in the spirit vein realm, which is the herb field." This time, Xiao Chen was completely astonished. He did not expect such a secret to be discovered by this person in the underground world. Doesn't that mean that everything that happened in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is under the control of this person? The old man continued, "Don't overthink this. Although I can see everything in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, I will not keep an eye on a person for no reason. That would exhaust a lot of energy. Most of my attention is focused on the spatial crack in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I do not have time to care about you. The reason I noticed you in the spirit vein realm was because I had to deal with the Heavenly Wolf race's Fiend King. So, I split some of my soul energy." Xiao Chen felt more at ease. However, he still did not understand. "You have been talking for so long. You still have not told me why you are looking for me." "Young man, don't be impatient. There are some things that cannot be explained with just a few words." The old man's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "Since you have received benefits from a senior of my Heavenly Saber Pavilion, and my daughter taught you listening to the sword and communicating with it, can I ask you for a favor? Help?" Xiao Chen did not hesitate to ask this question. After receiving a favor, he had to repay it. This made perfect sense. He cupped his hands and said, "As long as it is within my capabilities, I am willing to help. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is filled with talents. What kind of favor do they need a pawn like me to help?" This was the question that Xiao Chen was truly puzzled about. Xiao Chen was not that arrogant. With his current strength, there were too many people stronger than him in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He could not understand why the old man would ask him for help. Thus, Xiao Chen kept an eye out. He would only help if it was within his capabilities. If it was beyond his capabilities, he would not be able to help even if he wanted to. Naturally, it is within your capabilities. Furthermore, this is something that only you can do. Remember your promise today. What exactly did the old man want Xiao Chen to help with? When Xiao Chen left the summit, he did not know. The old man only said to remember today's promise. Making a promise for no reason at all, Xiao Chen felt somewhat depressed. However, time was of the essence. When he arrived at the dueling grounds, he started to comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it anxiously with Lu Riyue's help. There was no time to be depressed. When he returned to his courtyard at night, he started to cultivate anxiously learning the Lingyun saber technique. Time passed very quickly every day. There was almost no time for him to relax. Aside from cultivating, there was more cultivating. At the same time, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's annual core disciple exam entered a countdown. The entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion entered a state of bitter cultivation. Even some of the core disciples did not dare to relax. This was because, according to the rules, the low-ranked core disciples would have to fight with the ordinary disciples taking the exam. If they fought, they would lose their core disciple status. Such a rule was a form of motivation for them. They did not dare to be negligent.